Okay, hello everybody, Teching 101 and Barry here. Today, we're all gonna be joining the Marines. The One Piece Marines. And then we're gonna rank every single Marine that ever did Marine. That's what we're gonna be doing today. Yeah, this seems like a good one. It's been a while since I did a tier list. I don't think I've done one this year yet. So I was looking into some options, and I was gonna do one on the One Piece story arcs. I already did a poll on that a few years ago, where everybody voted. So I was like, we've kind of already talked about that. But I feel like this one looks fun. We could do this. Hello, everybody. Come on down. Momonga. Yeah, I picked Momonga for the thumbnail. You know, I could have picked Kobe. I could have picked one of the admirals, but no, I picked Momonga. And let's just be honest, Momonga, he's right down here. It's going to be a while until we're going to get to him. This is all alphabetical, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Aramaki's first, and I think his name is Zoto is down here. He's the last one. Greetings, everybody. Welcome. Hello from Italy. Hi. Ciao. Yes, I've seen Invincible. Good. I just finished watching season 3. I've skipped some episodes, though. I haven't watched it all the way through. I think I watched, like, the first 4 episodes of season 1, and then I just skipped to the final episode. I didn't really watch much of season 2. I think I only saw, like, 2 or 3 episodes of season 2. And then I watched pretty much all of season 3. So I've been very spotty with watching Invincible, but it is a really good show. I have not played Dead by Daylight. I have not played it, but I hear good things. Yes, I did like the Conquest fight. Jeffrey Dean Morgan is an amazing villain in most capacities. And then we also had Negan versus Glenn again, except Glenn got to win this time, so it's tied. It's tied. All right. What are you going to be ranking the Marines on? Well, I'm glad you asked. Who was it that asked that? A very cool guy. All right, a very cool guy. I'm glad you asked that. We're going to be ranking the Marines on how good they are at being Marines, all right? Are they defending the downtrodden? What is their sense of justice? Are they in it more for fame or money, or are they in it to protect the citizens of the One Piece world, okay? The Marines overall, I mean, yes, there's very corrupt Marines. You could probably spot a few of them on this list right here. But overall, I think the majority of the Marines in the organization want to help the citizens of the One Piece world. But there's ones that will be like, well, I could just basically take over this entire island and extort all of the citizens, and, because, like, we're the only ones that can protect them from pirates, so that means we get to run the place, so it's really easy for them to be corrupted. But I think the vast majority of them are at least trying their best. Speaking of, let's go through the tiers that we have here. Starting out at the very top, we have the Hall of Fame. We're not just going to do the thing we usually do with only one person at the very top. I think the Hall of Fame is there for, maybe not, I mean, there shouldn't be, like, 20 people in that category, but the best of the best Marines that ever did Marine. Then we just have great Marines. They go above and beyond the call of duty. They're really good at what they do. They defeat pirates. And also, I want to mention one thing very clearly here. A lot of Marines might have a sense of justice that's more for themselves. Like Garp, even, you could argue, is more about, like, the freedom to kind of do whatever he wants. So you could argue there's a little bit of selfishness there, but overall, he's still a phenomenal Marine that has, terrorized pirates for years. He's essentially the All Might of the One Piece world when it comes to the Marines, right? He is, like, this terrifying force that kind of keeps pirates sort of at bay just by his presence and his, like, reputation and things like that. But he is also a rather erratic individual sometimes. So it isn't, like, not necessarily like, oh, this Marine's a little bit more for themselves, therefore they're horrible. Not necessarily, but it can go that way. Then we just have the average Marines. You know, they're not really all that great, but they're not like horrible. They're usually this category, I think, is just going to be a lot of Marines that just aren't that physically powerful, right? Like they're strong maybe against like regular pirates. It depends on which blue that they're stationed in. It depends on who they're fighting against. They're not going to be beating any of the supernovas. They're certainly not going to be able to contend with any Yonko forces or anything like that. But, you know, they know that they know their limits and they're trying their best, okay? Or they're like, well, no, I guess just average would be just average. They're trying their best is like, all right, yeah, okay. He's like, yeah, you're a Marine, okay? You're not that strong. Maybe you're getting a little bit over your head. Actually, I can see quite a few people that might qualify for that looking at this list now. Yeah, actually. Whoa! We got $50 right out of the gate for when life doesn't give you donuts. I don't know. Hold on a minute. Okay. When life doesn't. Hey, Teching, been a fan since 2012 and have been wanting to send fan mail, but I always forget to. Anyway, if you're ever looking for more TTRPGs, I'd suggest Pathfinder 2e over D&D. And if you like mech, check out Lancer. I will check that out. I actually have I don't remember which version of it is, but I do have Pathfinder, one of the core books, upstairs. I forget the version, and I've never played Pathfinder itself, but I've watched people play Pathfinder, and yes, I will say in some cases, I think I might enjoy the system of Pathfinder better than D&D 5e. As funny, by the way, as you say that, I just got in the mail the new monster manual for the updated 5e, and I just literally just got it, and I'm gonna look through that when I'm done with this stream today. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. So I was actually down at my friend's place last night, and we played Cyberpunk Red. We're starting a new campaign with that. And I'm not really, sci-fi stuff for me is usually hit or miss. It's definitely not, my preferred genre, I guess. I'm definitely more, high fantasy, swords and sorcery kind of guy. But I want to try out sci-fi. I want to try out something a little new. So it was really fun, though, and I look forward to playing more of it. Why is Caesar there? Because Caesar was a Marine. Same with Vegapunk. Same with Kuzan. I'm including them on here, and World Dragon is on here too. We'll see what happens when we get to them. But all right. So why is Caesar on this day? Yeah, Caesar used to be a Marine, guys. Caesar is here. Okay, he worked for the Marines under Vegapunk. That was all right. Whew, where is T-Bone? T-Bone's right here. T-Bone's here. Don't worry. I made sure to include T-Bone. T-Bone might have his own damn tier by the end of this. But anyway, we have just trying their best, and then we have horrible. These are Marines that are genuinely awful, and then we have sort of an opposite of Hall of Fame, the worst Marines of all time, all right, that will go down in history as these people were awful. They should never have been Marines. They do not stand up for what the Marines are trying to do in the world, trying to protect the world from pirates and make sure the citizens can live happily ever after, peaceful lives and stuff like that. They are the antithesis to all of that. All right. So I think we're just gonna get started here. And we're kicking it off great. We're kicking it off fantastic with Admiral Green Bull Aramaki. So, yeah, this just right out of the gate. Not even any buildup. We're ranking Aramaki right out of the gate. All right. So, Aramaki is one of the new additions. We learn a little bit about his backstory in one of the most recent SBSs. And he essentially, there was an incident involving him and a woman. We don't know the whole story behind that yet, but he ended up in prison. And essentially, when the world military draft occurred during the time skip, when the government was essentially going around and finding all of these countries' military forces and essentially poaching them to become Marines, they went to his home country and was like, who's the strongest? He was a peace officer. He was a police officer, basically, in his little area he lived in his kingdom. And they were like, oh, who's the strongest member of your military that you have? And it's like, oh, that would probably be Aramaki, because because he had the power of the Mori Mori no Mi, the power of the forest fruit. He had his ability for over 3 years, and he was recruited into the Marines like less than 2 years ago, so he definitely had the devil fruit before he joined the Marines. So he was in prison at the time, but they were like, oh, he's really strong, so that's how he ended up becoming a admiral under Sakazuki, because Sakazuki just really cares about winning against the pirates. So he's like, oh, the Marines need more firepower. They need more strength. Get the strongest people you can, even if they might be a little bit, not really so much on the morality scale, but if they're strong, we could use them, kind of stuff. And that's how Aramaki ended up joining. Sue, I'm gonna say maybe worst of all time, because literally Aramaki's perspective is he just comes out and says it when he's fighting against the Scabbards. He goes to Wano, and the Scabbards show up and begin to fight him, and he tells them to their faces, you do not matter, you are not members of the world government, you are lesser, you are nothing, you deserve to be wiped out, you deserve to be put in your place, you are not part of our world government, you are not going to get the protection of the Marines, we only protect those that have they actually have the intelligence to ally with us, and if you don't ally with us for any reason, you're scum and you deserve to be annihilated. Like, that is his fucking perspective on the world. That is his morality. He's a huge Akainu fanboy. He really likes Akainu's style. He looks up to the man. We were talking about Jeffrey Dean Morgan playing Conquest and Invincible. So remember, if you've watched The Walking Dead, Negan is a horrible villain, right? But then he also goes through like a story arc throughout the story. Well, there's a dude that shows up later in The Walking Dead that essentially is like a Negan fanboy, and he wants to be just like him. And even Negan is like horrified by the shit that this guy does, trying to live up to the guy that he used to be. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I feel the vibe between Aramaki and Sakazuki, where Aramaki's like constantly like, I need to live up to, I need to impress Sakazuki. I want him to like me. I want to be just like him. And the horrible things that he could do trying to live up to Akainu, who's already a morally not a great dude. But the guy trying to live up to that dude is probably going to do shit that's even worse. You know what I mean? He might end up doing some stuff that even Sakazuki is like, whoa, okay. Maybe cool your jets a little bit there, Aramaki. I mean, geez, even I wouldn't go that far. You know what I mean? Like, it might be that kind of stuff with him. What about his pants? Oh, you mean like that time he shit his pants when Shanks showed up? That's also a thing there, yeah. Oh, yes. I'm already liking this tier list. I mean, I can't think of anywhere else. Dude, and also, like, if he was just, like, a middling Marine, right? Like, if he was like a lieutenant or something, like a relatively lower ranked Marine that didn't have that much sway in maybe some other part of the world, like in some part of the East Blue or something like that, and just like nobody really knew about this guy and he's awful. It's like, okay, his influence doesn't really extend that far. This dude is an admiral. This dude is one of the highest ranked officers in the entire Marines. There are only 3 individuals at any given time that can have that rank, and he is one of them. He is the guy that people are looking... there's people in the Marines that are probably going to look up to Aramaki, be like, man, I want to be just like that guy. And it is that cycle of hatred and prejudice that the Marines need to get away from. That's the whole thing, and he is just going to perpetuate that, right? I thought about putting the One Piece D&D Marines characters on here. I did think about that, but I just ended up not doing it. So you can feel free to rank Kai and Yokon and Damien and Bradley and where they would all end up on this list. Yes. But yeah, I think if there's any Marine that's warranted to be in the worst of all time, it would probably be Aramaki. And before we move on from him, I just want to say that there is a running theme that Oda has with all of the admirals, right? And sometimes it's played for laughs, but they have very opposite personalities compared to their devil fruit abilities. So like, for example, Akainu is very cold-hearted, yet he has the power of the magma fruit. Meanwhile, Kuzan, I mean, Kuzan has done some questionable stuff. He's allying himself with Blackbeard, and Blackbeard is kind of like taking slaves and stuff and prisoners and regular citizens. He's like chaining up, and Kuzan is like, you know, is like, well, I can't let you free him because Blackbeard will be mad. I don't know what the long game is Kuzan is playing here, but at the very least, you know, like back in the day, he let Robin escape from Ohara. Like he didn't just like brutally murder Robin right there, which you know Akainu would have back in the day. But he has the power of the ice fruit, so he can be a little bit more, you know, warm and understanding, I suppose. Then we have Kizaru, who has the power of light, but he talks really, really slow. And then we have Fujitora, who has the power of gravity to, basically imprison others or push them down. And yet he's kind of the one that has the best morality out of all of the admirals easily, like not to hold people down, not to chain people down. But his devil fruit can do that, kind of oppress people quite literally, but he's not like that. And then we have Aramaki, who has the ability to create life and forest and all like an entire ecosystem. Like he was walking around the desert of Wano of Udon and an entire like forest sprang up, and he brought life back to the land, yet he is like the worst when it comes to his morality. Oh, dude. Yeah. Yeah, Green Bull's an admiral, for sure. Yeah. We're not ranking this on strength. All right. Zephyr's right here, guys. Z's right here. You might not recognize him with his glasses. You might not recognize him with his marine haircut and his glasses, but he's right down there, yeah. I also included Jonathan from the G8 filler because, like, Jonathan is, like, he is a canon marine. He isn't, but he is. Come on, Oda, make Jonathan canon already. Let's do it. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, that's Aramaki. I think we've discussed him enough. Let's move on. We have Vice Admiral Bastille. All right, just for the name alone, that's a cool ass name for a Marine. So Bastille. Ooh, I just realized what I should probably do. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna pull up the Marine video I did a few years back. Dude, you know what's wild? So I did my one video, my first video where I discussed every Marine in the story, and that was back in 2017. And then I did a remade version of that with updated Marines in 2022. It is now 2025. That remake video I did is now 3 years old already, and that is insane. Why does time keep going by? Can somebody please stop time? How do you stop time for like a year or so? You know, can we please do that? Can somebody give me like some kind of magic stopwatch from the Twilight Zone or something? I'm starting to realize this here. I'm going to be 32 this year, for God's sakes. All right, anyway, where's Bastille? I'm going to pull up this every Marine video. Here's Bastille. Here's this guy. There we are. All right. Bastille! All right, so, dude, this dude's pretty badass. I mean, like, he's got a giant, like, meat cleaver kind of weapon. He's pretty damn tall. He's not quite a giant level, but you can see, like, off to the corner here, you can see, like, a regular, probably, like, let's say this guy's even, like, 6 feet tall off to the right. Like, he's a tall dude, right? Bastille is, like, a good double his size. He's, like, at least 12, 13 feet tall. All right, he's a big dude. He's got a cool mask. Didn't Sabo beat him up? Yeah, Sabo did beat him up. But he has, like, a really cool, like, weapon. So, honestly, I think Bastille, I think I'm going to put him in there trying their best category. Because, dude tries hard. The outfit, the chain, the cleaver, the weapon, the horns coming off of him. I don't know if the horns, I don't know if he's part ancient giant or it's just the mask. I think it is just the mask for him. But this is a dude that's trying really, really hard. And he's just coming up short. I think he was one shot by Sabo, basically. So I think he's trying his best. I think the standards are going to increase the higher the rank they are, right? Like, you're a vice admiral. You got to hold to a certain standard. And I don't know if he holds up to that standard. There's another Marine on here that definitely is going to be in that same category. Yeah, Sabo broke his mask. You do see what's under his mask at one point, yes. Magellan is not included, no. So a lot of times, like with Caesar and Vegapunk, they're mentioned to be marine scientists. Sentomaru as well. It's never mentioned that any of the Impel Down staff are part of the Marines. And in fact, the Marines and the Impel Down staff actually work separately from one another. When they found out that Luffy had broken into Impel Down, the Marines actually tried to go in and like, we're going to bring him in. And then Sadie is like, no, this is Impel Down jurisdiction. The Impel Down staff will handle it, not the Marines. So they all work for the world government, but I also didn't include the Cypher Pole on here for the same reason. They are different organizations there. They all work for the same organization, but they are separate in their own individual like hierarchies and stuff. Yeah. Like, I don't know how it would work. I'm sure Sengoku or Sakazuki could order Magellan or Hannibal to do stuff if they really wanted to, but that's not really their authority. That's not really where it lies. You know what I mean? I'm assuming Kong would be the one that ultimately would order around like Magellan if he needed to, right? Yeah. Man, people keep missing Zephyr. Zephyr is right here. He's right here. Zephyr. Yeah. What is his weapon? Bastile's, yeah, it is kind of like a large Oni, like a demon cleaver kind of thing. It looks cool, which is why I'm putting in he's trying his best. He looks the part, but, you know, yeah. I hate to be that guy, but they're trying their best. Oh, Grammar! My arch enemy. All right, hold on. Grammar, stop. All right. They are apostrophe. There we go. All right, everybody, let us all clap for the power of proper grammar. Ah, yes, indeed. Ah, yes. We all enjoy the grammar. Yes. Are you clapping? Clap! Okay, there we are. There we are. There we are. Yes, fantastic correction. Fantastic correction, sir. Yes. You're welcome. That was bugging me. No, that's fine. That's fine. Are we all good on the rest of the grammar? I know 3 exclamation points are not the proper amount. Is it ever acceptable to put more than 1 exclamation point at the end of a sentence? I need to know. I need to know. I couldn't type because I was clapping. Yes. It is acceptable. Okay, so if it's acceptable to put more than 1, what's the maximum number of exclamation points that is available? Remember that anime Keijo with the sports with the boobs and the butts and everything like that? The fan service anime had like 17 exclamation points at the end of it. Keijo. 3, 20, 13, 4, 84. 84 is the maximum amount of exclamation points that are allowed. No more. Okay. You cannot, 3 is the standard for excitement. You cannot be more excited than 3 exclamation points. That is the peak excitement that a human being is allowed to express or is capable of expressing. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's Bastille. All right, moving on next. We have Belmere. Now, yes, remember, Belmere was a Marine back in the day. We do not know her rank, actually, but we could see by the coat that she was wearing, she was an officer. I'm going to say Belmere, and it seemed like she led her own troop of Marines back there. I'm gonna say Belmere would have been at least a lieutenant commander, something like that. I hesitate to say, well, okay, if she was just in the East Blue, maybe in charge of like the Oikot Kingdom and around there, because that's where she found Nochiko and Nabi in the Oikot Kingdom. If she was the Marine in charge of that in the East Blue, remember the ranks of those Marines are a little bit lower than like smokers. Like if you are a captain from Marine HQ, you have 2 higher ranks out in like the sticks, as it were, right? So Smoker was a captain in the East, but he was a Marine headquarters captain. So to the other members of the East Blue, he might as well have been a rear admiral. You know what I mean? Like the rank is way different. So I'm assuming you could say, like, just like how Morgan was a captain in the East, it's not the same as captain in the Marines HQ, right? So I could say Bellemere could have been a captain at that point. Oh, terrible haircut. No, she has a great haircut. Oda actually named her haircut. Her haircut is called Women Have Guts. Or girls have, yeah, that's the title of it, I guess. You know, she has guts. That's why she went ahead and has that haircut. But anyway, yeah, Bellemere, she was a phenomenal Marine, actually. She essentially retired to raise 2 orphans that she found on the battlefield. That's pretty good. I mean, that's something that, like, she cared enough about the people she was saving to, like, risk her own life and then take her entire life to raise them. Yeah, it looks like something from Fallout, like some kind of post-apocalyptic wasteland that she would be wearing, that kind of haircut. She would have that kind of haircut, yeah. Do the Marines have access to the sacred powers? Oh, you mean the 6 powers? Yeah, like the Rokushiki. Yes, they do, in fact. There's many Marines that are capable of doing that. After they get introduced in Eddie's Lobby Water 7, we see a lot more Marines exhibiting them. Additionally, why do you think they are considered sacred? What do you mean by sacred powers? I think you're talking about, like, the 6 powers, the Rokushiki. Yeah. Tekking, the freaking goat. Hope you're well. Garp, gonna be number 1. Garp is gonna rank very highly, for sure, yeah. She has a mohawk, bangs, and a mullet. I mean, I'm going to put Bellemere at, I don't know if we're ready for Hall of Fame yet. I don't know if we're at Hall of Fame quality yet. But I think she does deserve the title of a great Marine. Yeah. She went into a battlefield, an absolute war zone. She risked her own life. She saved 2 children, and she literally retired so she could raise them. Yeah, I mean, like, that's really good there. She might be upgraded. I'll put her at Great Marine with a potential for promotion to Hall of Fame. Yeah. She is a high-quality Marine for sure. Absolutely. And you can't really say, I mean, dude, there's that one scene where she bursts out of the house and shoves a rifle right in Arlong's mouth. That was a wild scene. In fact, hold on a minute. Give me a sec here. Remember that there was a tournament I did for that charity stream in 2023. Hold on a minute. I think I actually have a clip ready to be queued up for that. Let's see what we got here. That's the tournament. Intros. Yeah, Arlong's intro. Yeah, check this shit out. Look how badass Bellemere is here. Okay, maybe not so much how badass she is here, because this is more about Arlong. But that was more about Arlong being badass. But you know what I mean? She before that scene really went south, she jumped out of her house and shoved a rifle right in Arlong's fucking mouth. You know, like that was pretty badass before she got shot. But anyway, yeah. She's got balls to do that, is my point. Oh, man. If a captain from HQ is 2 ranks higher in the East, what would a captain from the New World be in the East? Yeah, like, so that's basically the idea. Like, this was something that Oda mentioned a long time ago. I'd have to go look up and read the exact wording he does in the SBS. But obviously, like, Morgan, who was a captain out in the middle of Nowheresville in the East Blue, he does not hold as much authority if he were to be transferred to Marine HQ, and he is not the same rank as captain there, kind of thing. Like, there's different levels to this, right? Like, if you're the commanding officer of a naval base in the middle of nowhere versus, like, a really big city, you know, you don't have as much authority. Let's see, we've got some other super chats here. I will try to get to the super chats as much as possible. If a captain from HQ, I just read that one. Thank you for the $20, Combat Dude. Then we have Young Smokey. Give Bellemere the Purple Heart. Yeah, I think so. Whoa, actually $99. Thank you. Thank you, Young Smokey. I agree. Let's see, got to be in there. Oh, yeah, Corazone's going to be up there as well. Absolutely. Corazon essentially adopted Law. Bellemere did adopt Nami and Nojiko. Yeah. I stopped watching for a couple of months and came back to having you Goldie Roger stash. Yeah, a lot of people have. I've been seeing a lot of comments from people like, "Whoa, Teching, I haven't watched you in like 7 years. Now you have a mustache." It's like, welcome back. I'm glad it was the mustache that welcomed you back. Apparently, all I had to do was grow a little beard and mustache combo. I'm actually wondering. I don't know if I'm going to keep it like the total beard or if I'm just going to trim it down to a goatee. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know. I gotta try to grow the beard out for Elbath, but I don't know. After Elbath is over, I don't know if I'm gonna completely shave it or just keep the goatee. I guess I could just downgrade to goatee and see where that goes, and then remove that if I really want to. Yes. Let's see. Oh, here we go. In the translation I got from my library, it was referred to as the... Oh, okay. Well, the official is just 6 powers, or Rokushiki, 6 techniques. Sacred powers is... It honestly makes them sound way more badass than they really are. I mean, they're cool, but they're like mid-tier kind of like enhanced abilities that like superhumans do. Like calling them sacred is, I think, a little bit too... giving them a little bit too level of status that they really deserve. But like, yeah, I've never heard of that translation before. I want you to do a Whitebeard stash. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that at some point. Maybe I could do that. Thanks for the money. Thanks for the 20. Thanks for the donations, everybody. I'll be growing it out for the sake of Elbath for sure. Yes, Sentomaru is on the list as well. But anyway, getting back to it, because we got a lot of Marines to get through. I'll try to get through his super chats as much as I can. They're all saved, so don't worry if I skip one or two. We'll have those ready to go. I could go through them at the end. All right, who's up next? Bluegrass. So she is a new Marine that we see during Egghead. She was one of the vice admirals that went to Egghead to fight against well, I guess, to bring in Vegapunk and detain everybody there on the island, to bring in the Straw Hats and all that. So she actually gets quite a bit of screen time. She has the power of the ride fruit that allows her to ride any living thing. So like she jumps on the back of like any animal, no matter how violent, and the animal will be instantly tamed, and she will be able to control them, or even like robots as well. So it's like she jumps on the back of one of the pacifistas and is able to control one of those as well. She also controls one of the mechanized sea beasts, like the sea giraffe. She's like just able to jump on the back of it and override its command and take control of it with the ride fruit. Yeah. Frankie is blocking devil fruits at the base of the tree. Okay. We are riders on a mission. Rocket power. Yeah, she seemed pretty competent. She seemed really competent. I don't know. I don't want to put her in, like, great. But, she seemed like she knew what she was doing there. Yeah, she seemed like a pretty good Marine. Mind control fruit. Yeah, I would say it's like mind control, but even the pacifistas were affected by it, so it's beyond that. I think it's maybe, I don't know how to describe it, her ability. It works on living things and also like robots and constructs as well. So I don't really know how to classify her ability, but she was pretty good. Who is your least favorite Marine? The override fruit. That might be a better way of looking at it, yeah. Who is your least favorite Marine? I mean, like, probably someone like like Radin or Rattle. I think his name is like Rattle, depending on the translation. And also Nezumi would probably be the worst, like the scummiest. But Aramaki also pisses me a lot, too. I'd classify it as the BDSM ability. I mean, maybe. Yeah. All right. But yeah, I'll put her as pretty average, pretty competent Marine. She's a Vice Admiral, and she seems to be doing her job at the level that you would expect a Vice Admiral to be capable of doing. You know what I mean? She doesn't exactly say to me she's super, super powerful, but she is pretty strong. And that's her status. Okay, who's next? Bogard. All right. Bogard's going in the Hall of Fame. Woo! Bogard! Yeah! All right, no, let's be fair. Let's be fair, ladies and gentlemen. Bogard, while being badass and having the coolest, like, threads of any Marine, let's be honest here, he hasn't really done anything that really blows anybody else out of the water. He's not like, whoa, that one time that Bogard jumped off the boat and sliced Kaido in half. That was crazy, dude. It's like, yeah, he's not doing anything like that. He has some cool scenes, like when he sliced up the pistols that Kobe was holding. That's a cool scene. Is it something that, like, every other Marine his level would be able to accomplish? Absolutely. The dude was also at God Valley in his younger years, yeah. He did train Kobe. Yeah, I know. He trained Kobe. That doesn't deserve... He's in the Hall of Fame. He trained Kobe. I think Bogart is probably... I'll put him at the top of average. I'll put him at the top of just average Marines. He hasn't really... I like his style. If it was up to me, and I guess it is because it's the tier list that I'm using, but, like, if it was up to me, I would be putting him in Hall of Fame. But, yeah, the vibes, the aura off this man is quite impressive, and I hope to see him doing some really cool shit in the future. He's a fraud. No, he's not. Take that back. Make a new tier list for him. You know, a whole new tier list of just Bogart. Which faction would you want to join in One Piece? Pirate, Marine, Revolutionary, Cypher Pole, Sword, Cross Guild, Explorer. I mean, Baker. I'd probably go with Baker, honestly. Just hang out and make food. But also maybe just Explorer or Adventurer like Noland was or Pedro was originally, you know, before they get classified as pirates. But if you got to be careful not to explore too much. If you're too much of an adventurer, then the government just classifies you as a pirate. So you got to be careful of how much that you're doing here. Hold on a minute. I got a text here. I'd be part of the Kuja. Oh, that's cool. All right. Too much exploring is dangerous. Yeah. The fandom's fascination with Bogart is so funny to me. No, it's not. It makes the most sense. He's the coolest. All right, who's next? Kizaru. Ah, Kizaru. All right. So, Kizaru, fresh off of his showing at Egghead. You know, before Egghead, I would probably put him at great. But after Egghead, and from what we've seen, and now I'll say this about Kizaru. He is a conflicted man. He is a very conflicted man between duty and his loyalty to his friends. And at the end of the day, let's just be honest here, he chose his job over his friends. They told him, hey, you know, Vegapunk, you got to go murder him. Murder him. He knows too much. He's been researching the Void Century. Go do it. It's your job. Kill him. And he did it. He followed through with that order. He wasn't happy about it, but he still did it. Kizaru is currently the best admiral. Nah, I disagree with that. I'm going to put Fujitora higher than him. I'm definitely going to put Fujitora higher than Kizaru. He will follow his orders, but following orders is not good enough to be seen as a good person. You know, that's the thing. It's like, you know, imagine you're in the military and the military orders you to kill one of your closest friends. It's like, it's just like, that's some hard shit to lay down on somebody. Honestly, I'm thinking about putting him down here. I'm honestly thinking about putting him in. They're trying their best because that really is the vibe I kind of get from Kizaru right now. You know what I mean? He's really being pulled from duty and friendship here. A good soldier knows when to disobey orders. I agree. Kizaru, I was really expecting more from him in Egghead, honestly. I was expecting him to start questioning. Oh, you know what really did it for me? I'll tell you what really did it. And you can kind of see this from a different perspective as well. You know, getting orders to kill Vegapunk is one thing, but then you find out that, I don't know if Kizaru already knew this or what, when Saturn shows up, and he's very clearly like evil, eldritch demon monster. I thought at that point Kizaru was going to be like, holy shit, I'm taking my orders from devils, like actual demons that are immortal. Fuck this. I'm done. I'm not part of the Marines anymore. I didn't sign up for this shit. I really thought Kizaru was going to go that route with it. But he didn't. And, yeah, he's just, I guess, cool with taking orders from immortal demons. Now, you could also say, like, if he disobeyed, he would just die. So it's not just between loyalty to his friends and honor, and, like, his duty for the Marines. It's also like, if I disobey this guy, I could die right here and now. You know what I mean? Like, that's also a factor you got to take into account there. Yeah, but we are missing crucial backstory. That's true, but we got to do with what we have to do now. You know, maybe after we learn more about Kizaru's backstory, we can come back to this and I'll say, I'll put him somewhere else. But for this right now. Yeah. Aren't we ranking them as Marines? Yeah, we are. And I don't know if I don't think he's Hall of Fame Marine here. The Marines order, he's aware that he's taking orders from immortal, evil people. Immortal and immoral people that are like just demons. And they ordered him to go kill his best friend, and he did it. And he's like, yep, sure, I'll do it. Now, he's conflicted about it, sure, but he still did it. Oh, God, no, this is not based on power. No. He didn't fail his mission. Yeah. He's just doing his job, I guess. Oh, God. Oh, man. I don't think Saturn can kill Kizaru. Yeah, you know what? I don't think so either. No, the more I think about it, no. I mean, like, we've seen the power level of the Gorosei. We see what they're capable of. I think Kizaru could have rebelled there. He's like, I'm not taking orders from you evil pieces of shit anymore. I'm a Marine, and I'm going to follow my justice. And my justice tells me, literally his justice is unclear justice. Which also kind of gives me, like, do you think the motto of a Marine, of a good Marine, a Hall of Fame Marine, the motto, the type of justice they live their life by should be unclear? That doesn't scream Hall of Fame Marine to me. It doesn't. Kizaru fed Luffy that one time. Like, okay, that still doesn't excuse it, but okay. He was like, oh man, maybe if I feed Straw Hat, he can help me with this. You know, if nothing else, that shows that he's a little bit cowardly. If nothing else, that basically tells me that, like, oh, I really don't want to go through with this. I know. I'll feed Straw Hat. I'll get him back up on his feet, and maybe he can get me out of this. That shows to me that Kizaru is like, I really don't want to deal with this anymore, which means, like, he's kind of running away from his problems. You know, he spends a good chunk of the latter half of the arc knocked unconscious on a ship. He could have gotten up. I think he recovered from that attack fairly quickly. Him and Luffy got knocked out for a while there, but then he got back up and he was just kind of like, don't talk to me. I don't want to deal with this anymore. So you are an admiral. You are a Marine. You have this level of status. You have this level of power. And the latter half of the arc, you're basically just like, leave me alone. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't even want to deal with this. You know, and like, that's not a Hall of Fame Marine attitude, you know? He needed help but couldn't ask out loud. Yep. I think that exemplifies it right there. He's a conflicted man. He's a sad man. I'm going to leave him in there trying their best, because I think that literally, I don't think there's a better tier that perfectly encapsulate Kizaru right now. He is trying his best. I'll even put him at the top. I'll put him above Bastille. Yeah. He's trying to figure out, instead of taking a stand and being like, you know what, I'm making a decision here. I'm going to go back to that island after he got knocked unconscious by Luffy and he regained consciousness. He's like, you know what, I'm back in action. I'm going to go back there and I'm going to pick a fucking side. You know, I'm either going to fight alongside the demons and wipe out the Straw Hats and help them with that, or I'm going to decide to fight with the Straw Hats against the demon. All right? He chose neither. He chose the neutral option, which isn't, I guess, the worst, but it's not the best. He chose neutrality. All right? He chose, I'm not doing anything. I'm just in action. What is it again? You can either lead, follow, or get out of the way. No, wait, not that one. There's another one. Fight, flight, or freeze. I don't know. I'm thinking of some kind of analogy to this. I don't know. There's an option to fight, or an option to not fight, or to just To be neutral, I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, he chose to be unclear. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Fight, flight, or freeze. I think that's probably the best one I have there. But it's not fight, flight, or freeze. It's he could choose to fight for the side that is obviously led by evil demons, or he could fight on the side that is trying to protect his best friends, or he could choose to do nothing. And in the latter half of it, after he murdered his best friend, he chose to do nothing. That's where Kizaru is at right now. All right, let's move on. Brand New. Brand New is an intelligence operative. His job is to hang out and report to other Marines on the bounties. He's a really big part of who decides the bounties in the Marines. I don't know if he's the only sole individual that decides bounties, but he definitely plays a role in that. He's important in gathering intelligence, and for that reason, I'd say he's pretty damn average. He's pretty damn average for his job. I might even put him at great, but I'll put him at average. He's intelligence. He did fight in the war. He fought in the war. So you know what? He did all of his jobs. He's like, hey, his intelligence is his main job, but there's a war. I'm going to pick up a sword and I'm going to go fight too. You know what I mean? So there you go. I think he exemplifies being a Marine pretty damn well. We haven't seen anything crazy from him, so I'm not going to put him in great, but he did his damn job, all right? Sharan Guru is S tier. Yes, probably. Yeah. His job is to be the official Marine power scaler. That is his job, and he's doing his best. He's doing better than his best. He's doing average. He's doing okay. Yes. Is this ranking based on morality or how good they are as soldiers? So here's the thing. There's an idea of what the Marines should be, like this perfect idealized version of being a Marine. And then there's what the world government wants the Marines to do. If you look at it from the perspective of Emu wants the Marines to basically just, be the strong arm of the government, just chess pieces on a board that do whatever they want. And that's the idea of what Emu wants the Marines to be, what the world government wants them to be. That is not the idealized version of it. That is what they're trying to do. So no, it's not about, if that was the case, Aramaki would be in the Hall of Fame. Because the Gorosei would love Aramaki's way of doing shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, but that's not what it's about. It's about being a good Marine. About an actual good Marine. Yeah. No, you're good, man. You're fine. Thanks for the super chat. All right. All right, Caesar. With that being said, Caesar, when he was a Marine scientist, yeah, we're ranking him in worst of all time. He does not exemplify kidnapping children, experimenting on children, causing a localized natural disaster on Punk Hazard. 3 times he does that. Making horrible gas weapons, biological weapons and selling them on the black market. Yeah, he does not live up to being a good Marine, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think Caesar lives up to it. You animal! You blew it up! You blew up Smiley! Damn you! Damn you all to hell! Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right. Who's next? Cancer. Dude, Cancer is really just a diet version of Smoker. It's like Oda wanted there to be another Marine that smokes a pack a day. I don't know why. It is you think you already had Smoker. Maybe he just wanted maybe this is an unused design for Smoker, right? Maybe Oda wanted Smoker to have a really badass scar over his eye and wear these shades all the time, right? But Smoker kind of has a scar over his face and he wears shades sometimes too. I don't know why. I feel like this is a scrap design for Smoker, and that's all he is. And with that being said, he is perfectly average. Perfectly average. Then who's up next? Yeah, that isn't Smoker. No, Smoker's down here. Smoker's right here. He's Smoker with blonde hair. That's, yeah. And his, yeah, Cancer might be the definition of an average Marine. I'm going to put him at the very top, actually, yeah. I also tried to avoid, I don't even know if I should have put Cancer on here. I tried to put Marines on here that we actually know some stuff about. There's a lot of Marines that weren't included on here, because we just, they only showed up in like one scene and that was it. So maybe probably shouldn't have included him, but whatever. I don't think there's too many on here that don't do anything. But next up we have Camille. I put Camille on here because he was actually a pretty prominent Marine during Ace's cover story. He was the Marine that didn't have good coffee. And so Ace had to go to Moda's farm at Lelucia, and Moda gave him the letter with the milk. And that's why the Marine base has good milk now, so the coffee is way better. That's the idea. They were forced to drink bitter coffee until Ace arrived. I'm rewatching all of Avatar right now. I watched all of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Now I just started season 1 of Legend of Korra. I haven't rewatched Legend of Korra since it came out. Like, I only watched it through one time, so I'm really looking forward to the rewatch. It's been several years since I've seen it all the way through. Yeah. So, Camille, yeah, I mean, this is what I mean. Like, at this point, just average, probably. Also, I feel like I should put, like, another tier here just for Marines that are a little bit more, like... What's a term for super average? Like, you're average, but you're, like, really average, I feel like there should be a tier actually in between these two. I feel like putting Cancer and Camille in the same category as Bogart's not working. Yeah, we need to add another tier. I was curious about this, but yeah, we need to add another one here. Hold on. I'm going to add another tier right above this. So I guess this tier could just be called, like, above average. Yeah, I'll do that. Above average Marines. We could come up with, like... Yeah. Or we could do... yeah, I'll just keep it like that. Okay. What color can we use here? Like, slightly less green, I suppose. Yeah, we could just do that. Cancer tier. Just like, no. Let's go with mediocre. That's a good word. So we'll go with mediocre here. Mediocre Marines. And that also fits because then you get some alliteration in there. Mediocre Marines. I misspelled it. There we go. And then we'll go with above average Marines. We'll go with that. Yeah. We'll do that. So I'm going to keep Camille and Cancer here. I'm moving up brand new, and yeah, that works better for me. Hold on, let me change the color here back to that. There we go. Okay. That I'm happier with that. I'm happier with having an extra tier there. Yeah. Put trying their best above mediocre. Let's see here. Yeah, I think you could couch that. I think that works. All right, let's do a little bit of a restructure here. All right. How about that? How are we looking at that now? Hall of Fame, great Marines, above average. They're trying their best. Mediocre, horrible, worst of all time. I think that works. I like that far more. Yeah, that works better. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, who's next? Now, here's a good example. Dalmatian. He's a vice admiral that has a dog fruit. Oh wow, a vice admiral named after a dog. How original. It's like that scene in SpongeBob where that guy's ordering, I'll have a Krabby Patty. Daring today, aren't we? It was like with no onions. Daring today, aren't we, sir? A vice admiral with a dog's name. Ah, yes. Crazy. Yeah, so I think I'm going to put him in the same category here. We have a lot of mediocre Marines right next to each other. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yes. Yeah, Comil is responsible for coffee breaks. He loves his coffee. Don't we all? Yeah. But he was a vice admiral with a dog name before it was cool. No, that's actually coming up soon. The first Marine with the first Marine vice admiral we know of that has a dog's name is Doberman. Doberman might actually go up higher than him. But anyway, what do we have here? We have Diaz Barrels. We have a member of the Marines that actually defected and became a pirate, and he's the father of Drake. Now, I don't think he deserves worst of all time, because I don't think he ascends to that level of horrible like Aramaki and Caesar. But I think we have our first member of the horrible tier. Yes, I think that's a pretty fair placement there. Yes, because, Aramaki, like I said, Aramaki is an admiral and he's pulling this shit. Caesar was a scientist that just did so many war crimes and continues to do stuff. He was like evil from the beginning, kind of. Diaz Barrels, pretty horrible guy. We don't know the whole story of how he defected from the Marines, but he definitely did. He was also super abusive to Drake. Yeah, he's not a good Marine. I will put him at horrible. Yeah. He's not causing, like, island-wide, like, annihilations. He's not causing, like, nuclear fallout to occur. But, he's not a good guy. Yeah. I don't know if it was ever stated that Diaz Barrels defected for, like, a definitive reason. Like, he murdered his own crew or, he stole shit from the Marines and left or something like that. I don't think it was ever stated. Yeah. T-Bone's on here. He's coming up down. He's way lower. It's alphabetical. All right. Doberman. Now, Doberman. I'm giving Doberman a little bit of a pass here, and I'm gonna upgrade him, I think, to above average, because he was the first Marine to have a name after a dog. But also, get this, he was there at the Buster Call, but he was also present at Egghead, and he actually had the fucking balls to go up to Saturn and be like, "Hey, forgive me, Saint Saturn, but was any of that stuff that Vegapunk said in that message true?" And then Saturn was like, gave him like the evil eye and knocked him down. I don't think he's dead. But he had the balls to actually go up to him and just be like, "Hey, is all that shit that Vegapunk said true? Because if it is, we have to start doing stuff." Now, the reason why he was doing that, too, is I don't think it was for any selfish reason. Like, Vegapunk explained stuff about, like, there's going to be a worldwide flood soon, and people are going to need help, Like, the Marines are going to have to be there for that. And I think Doberman was just like, "Hey, is that true? Because we got to prepare." But, of course, Saturn doesn't give a shit about that. The Gorosei and Emu don't care about that. All they care about is furthering their own power. So he, like, immediately knocked him down. Trying to make his head explode. His head did not explode, but he got hit pretty hard. Yeah, I don't think he's dead, but he got smacked pretty hard by Saturn's evil eye. Yeah. So I think he was, and you know what? Out of all the vice admirals in that group, he was the one that actually stood up. Out of all 9 of them, he was the one that actually stood up and said the shit they were all thinking. They were all thinking the same thing about that message. He was the one dude that was like, "You know what? Okay, you guys won't ask him. I guess I'm asking him." And he paid the punishment for that. But, man, he's a real one. I'm going to put him up at the top of above average. You know what? I might even put him at great. Marines, honestly. Doberman's trying to do his damn job, right? He's the doer, right? I think he might be a great Marine for that. I mean, that's standing up to one of the Gorosei, man. Even though he just saw all the crazy shit the Gorosei could do, too. He saw these giant monsters stomping around Egghead. He knew Saturn was one of them. He knew the other Gorosei were there. He had all these people stomp around and doing all this crazy shit, and he still stood up to him. That takes some large, pendulous balls. That takes some cojones. Yeah. I think him and Belmir are hanging out in the Great Marine tier. It's like, "Oh, hey, how you doing? What'd you do to get in here?" And it's like, "Well, I went to a war zone and I adopted 2 children." "Oh, cool. What did you do?" I talked back to Agorov, say, holy shit, let's have a drink. Bellamere and Doberman are sitting at the Great Marines table. It's like, oh, okay. Imagine this is all like a resort that all these Marines are hanging out in, and depending on their tier, their ranking, they end up at a certain part of the place. Bellamere and Doberman are at like the 5-star like penthouse suite. There's nice jazz music playing. There's a fancy, piano and everything like that. And they're at the bar in nice suits having drinks and talking about it. And then Aramaki and Caesar are like, I don't know, they're living in like the garbage barge out back or something like that. Yeah, let's do that. And then the Hall of Fame is like the solid gold diamond castle on the top of the resort or something. Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah, I like that. Top dog. Right. They're in the shitty roadside motel. They're in the shitty Motel 6, and that's like connected to the side of it. Yeah. They're living in this like drug den that's filled with like heroin needles, and like really, you throw a black light in this room and like the whole thing lights up with so many unidentified bodily fluids. Yeah. All right. Oh, doll. Okay. All right. Now listen. Hold on a minute. Okay. Oh, man. Give me a second. I made a video about doll, didn't I? Of course I did. Yeah, here it is. Just taking a while to open. All right. So, I mean, come on. Come on, everybody. Come on now. Are we just going to put her high up on the ranking because she's a hot dommy mommy that has the flower tattoos and the collar and the extremely low-cut t-shirt? I mean, come on now. All right. Okay, in all honesty, she put in work during Egghead, right? Like, she wasn't like Hound. Hound just kind of stood off to the side and didn't even know what the fuck up and down was while that shit was going down. Doll was getting into the thick of it. She was kicking pacifistas in the face. She was breaking some pacifista necks with her kickboxing ability. All right, she was in there. She was in the thick of it. I'm gonna put her at least in above average here. Okay, she was putting in work. All right. Yeah, you just made more valid points now, Tekking. This is not a wet t-shirt contest, guys. Yeah, you're right. If it was, Bogard would definitely have won. He would definitely have won. What did she even do? She kicked multiple pacifistas in the face. Pacifista Mark IIIs, mind you. She was one-shotting pacifistas. That's pretty damn impressive. Yeah. Trust me. There's some vice admirals that didn't do diddly dick during Egghead, and they're not going to get ranked that highly. How would you power scale the admirals? Akainu's definitely number 1. Kizaru number 2, Aokiji 3, Fujitora 4, Green Bull 5. In terms of power, I would probably go Akainu. Then Kizaru, I think, is fair. At this point, you know what? I think I'm okay with that. I think I would flip 4 and 5. I think I would put Green Bull at number 4, and I would put Fujitora at number 5. Just because all 4 of them have Logias, and Fujitora does have a Paramecia, which I think does affect his overall battle power. Like, the fact he cannot turn into an element is kind of a detriment a little bit. He's super powerful, but, like, that is something that all the other admirals can do, and he cannot. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Dahl also defeated Kashi. That is also true. Beat the shit out of Kashi. But I think Kashi probably liked it. Do you think Kashi liked it? He probably did. He's just like, oh, okay. Yeah. All right, who's next? Corazon! Corazon! Oh my god. All right. So, he's either in Great Marine category with Doberman and Bellemere, because they basically did the same kind of thing. Bellemere adopted Nami and Nojiko, and then, retired and then got shot for them. He saved their lives at the expense of her own. Kind of the same thing with Corazon. He, was a good Marine, worked undercover at the Crystal Lagoon, and then he worked undercover at the Doflamingo family, and adopted Laws like his little brother, and then tried to get him medical treatment, and then also ended up dying for him as well. He did beat children, though. Yeah, he did actually do that. He was doing that, though, so they would leave the Doflamingo family, so I don't know how you want to justify that one. But, yeah, I don't know. Hall of Fame, I'm really trying to reserve Hall of Fame. We can always upgrade people to Hall of Fame later, but for right now, if we're putting Bellemere at great, I think Corazon deserves to be in the Penthouse Club, along with Doberman, Bellemere, and Corazon, yeah. Nah, he is Hall of Fame. All right. Let me ask you a question then. What makes him more Hall of Fame worthy than Bellemere? Because if he's going up into the Hall of Fame, Bellemere's going up into the Hall of Fame. Because I really can't see anything about Corazon's character arc that's vastly different from Bellemere's. Right? Right. They save children. You know what? You make a very good point. And that's kind of like, I mean, when you really boil it down, like saving children at the expense of your own life, giving up your own life so the children may live, that really is kind of like when you cut away all of the bullshit. That's what the Marines are here to do. They're here to protect the downtrodden, the weakest of the civilians, even at the expense of their own life. Right? So I think Corazon and Bellemere both deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. I think they deserve to go up to the Diamond Golden Castle Club, where I don't know what happens up in the Diamond Castle. I don't know what kind of luxuries do they go to a full spa day. They have the best spa together. They're just hanging out now. Now, Doberman's at the bar by himself, though, in the Penthouse Club. So we gotta hopefully somebody else will join Doberman soon, because now he's drinking all alone in his penthouse suite. But yeah, they have the greatest food up there. It's fantastic. Yeah, they're playing Switch. Okay. What game are they playing? They go to a full spa day. They have a magnificent 10-star meal. Cooked by the Young cooks themselves, and then they're sitting there in their bathrobes, just relaxing, playing the Nintendo Switch together. Smash Brothers, obviously. All right, well, that leads to another question. What's their main? They're playing Mario Kart together. I love this. That it's just, they're at an island resort. I love that. Why is Bellemere... Okay, so as soon as we do this, somebody asks, why is Bellemere in Hall of Fame? Think about her character for 5 seconds and what she did. Or also just rewind it for like 3 minutes ago. We discuss why. Yeah. Corazon's definitely a Marth main. Yeah, I can see that. Bellemere's main is Snake. Yeah, I could see that. I could see Bellemere maining Solid Snake. I could see that. Yeah. Or Samus. Oh, no, I think Samus might work better. Yeah. All right, who's next? Oh, okay. Now, this is kind of a special one I put on here. I was debating putting this guy on here because we don't even ever see his face. He's a character from the Ace light novel. But he's not even like Isuka. Isuka's on here too, but Isuka at least has like, art. Like, we know what she looks like. So this is Vice Admiral Draw. I'm just going to tell you one thing about Vice Admiral Draw. Well, there's actually 2 things. Number 1, he burned down Isuka's village and killed her parents when she was young, and then told her that it was pirates that did it, and then she joined the Marines because of that. So dick move for him. But also, I'm going to tell you one thing about Draw. He fought Ace with a pair of flamethrowers. I'm going to repeat that shit again. He fought against Fire Fist Ace with a pair of flamethrowers. Click and drop. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, and he also had a big giant fuel tank on his back. He rolled in to fight against Fire Fist Ace with a pair of dual flamethrowers and a giant fuel tank of gasoline on his back, and he actually fucking thought, I got him. Yeah, no, it didn't go well. No, it didn't go well. It didn't end well. No, it did not. No, it did. Before he got the fruit, right? Nope. He knew. Draw is, in the Ace Light novel, Draw is the Marine that invites Ace to join the Warlords. Or rather, he's the one that delivers the message that he's invited to join the Warlords. Ace turns it down on the Sabaody Archipelago, and then he fights Ace with a pair of flamethrowers, as Ace has the Mara Nomi. So, yeah. Yeah. Why would you ever need more than one flamethrower? Yeah, I know, right? It's just ostentatious after the second. But also, he burned an entire village down. He seemed to be just like a horrible Marine that just walked into a village and was like scorched earth policy of just like, there's pirates in this village. All right. Well, can't be any more pirates if there's no more village. You know, like that's literally seems to be his MO. That's how his modus operandi goes down. So, yeah. Also, think about how this guy literally burns a village down, kills Isuka's parents. Isuka's a little kid. It's like, what happened to my mommy and daddy? Oh, pirates burned your village down. Really? Yeah. I'm gonna beat those pirates. Yeah, join the Marines. And then she does. And like that's like basically Isuka finding out her entire fucking life is a lie. You know, like the person that murdered her parents. She's like, I'm gonna go and like looked up to him like a great teacher or like benefactor, and he was the one that fucking murdered him. That's like something out of like some kind of like Shakespearean play or something. That's like a Greek tragedy at that point. Yeah. Okay, anyway, Full Body. Okay, I'll tell you what about Full Body. Full Body at the beginning of the story, he's a regular lieutenant. The Full Body that goes to the Baratier and is just a total asshole. I mean, like, let's be honest here. Full Body he's a dick, right? Does that mean he's like a horrible Marine? He's just like a real snobby asshole at Baratier, you know what I mean? Like, he uses the weight of his title to be like, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? You know, kind of shit, right? Like, he does that. Is he evil? No, he's not evil, but he's a pretty shitty guy. Now, after he gets demoted through Django's Dance Dance Paradise cover story, as we all know, he gets demoted. He sort of has to start over from scratch, and he sort of has to understand what it's like. Like, he realizes, I think, he was pretty full of himself. Like, he does have a change of heart. You know, I think starting back over from the beginning sort of humbled him a little bit. Also, he has Django as his best friend now, and so that kind of helped him along a little bit as well. Yeah, I think trying his best, I think, is good for Full Body. Full Body at the beginning, I would either put him at bottom of mediocre or like the bottom of horrible. He's not as bad as like Barrels or Draw. He didn't torch an entire village, but he would use his weight as a Marine to be like, I'm pretty awesome, you know, like, you know, just kind of arrogant. But I'd say trying his best right now is okay for Full Body. I don't have a problem with that. Full Body and Django, best gay couple in One Piece. Yes, let's go with it. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, the fact he had to start over from the scratch and, like, realize what it's like to be, like, a seaman recruit all over again, you know? Also, you know what Full Body kind of also reminds me of? He reminds me of, like, the rich kid that was just given his position. He was given a CO position like right out of the gate, maybe because of nepotism or because of like maybe his family was wealthy or something like that. So he was immediately made like a lieutenant without actually deserving the title, or maybe he was made an officer without deserving the title and he made it to lieutenant. He never had to deal with starting from the bottom and working his way up, you know, but now he's had to experience that and now he knows a little bit more, you know? Yeah. Okay, Jion, or Momo Usagi, Pink Rabbit. She is one of the Marines, along with Chaton, that were in an SBS originally. Like, somebody actually designed Jion, and then Oda ended up making them canon later on. And so she's okay. Honestly, it's kind of cool because, you know, she's an SBS character that was made canon. But other than that, I mean, she's just mediocre. She's a vice admiral. We see her in Film Gold. We see her at the meeting when the vice admirals are at the Red Port and they're talking about rocks. You know, that's basically all she does. She doesn't really do anything crazy. I'll just put her in mediocre. But yeah, interesting little trivia note there. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, Glove. Oh, we all love Glove. I was debating whether to put Glove on here or not. Okay. We don't know much about him. I'll summarize his character in one sentence. Okay, same thing I did with Draw. Okay. Glove is a Marine captain that boxes. That's his thing. That's his shtick. That's what he's good at, and that's what he's sticking to. He's a Marine captain that boxes. No devil fruit. Maybe some Rokushiki. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah. I almost want to say trying his best. You know, I kind of, all right, yeah, mediocre. I'd say mediocre, yeah. It's like, he's like, hey, I like to box, man, ever since I was a little kid. You know, there is a boxing league in One Piece that, you know, Foxy was part of it before he got kicked out. IDEO was part of it. He wanted to be in the boxing league, but he ended up in the Marines instead. You know, if there ever was a mediocre Marine, then the guy that just fights with boxing gloves. Hey, I mean, like, if he punched you, I'm sure it would hurt. All right? I'm sure it would hurt. Okay. Gorilla. Okay, Gorilla. Gorilla is the Marine that was present at Karakuri Island when they were reporting on the destruction of Vegapunk's lab. And he was the Marine that got summoned there, and when Frankie became the great burning beast of Baltimore, when he put the tiger pelt on him and it caught fire, Gorilla was the Marines that saw that and kind of spread the legend of the great burning Frankie across the land, you know? So, that's Gorilla. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, with Glove, I feel like just the fact he is a boxer, I feel like he is trying his best. Gorilla, I would say, is mediocre. Because, like, these Marines don't have really much of anything unique going for them. But Glove has boxing gloves. He's trying, man. Like, come on. What other Marine is like, I'm just gonna punch people. I'm doing my best, all right? Yeah. I'm putting him into trying his best. I think he's going for it, right? He's got something here. He's going with something. You just got to give him time to show what he's capable of, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, Guillotine. What the fuck did Guillotine do in Egghead? He's one of the ones that didn't do much. Okay, Guillotine doesn't have a devil fruit. His whole thing is he has like a chakram kind of thing on his head. He takes that off and he throws it at people. That's all he's got. That's all he's got. Yeah. Damn, what did he do? Hold on. Let me look up really quick here. Let me look this up. I think he was one of the Marines that fought, you know, like when Bonnie and Frankie and everybody were running toward the Great Eric, and there was like a group of, like, Pomsky was there, and there was a group of Marines. I think he was part of that group, and they fought a little bit. Let's see. Frankie took out Red King while Bonnie turned Pomsky into a child, which Guillotine felt horrified by. Oh my god, he didn't even do anything. So Bonnie fought against Pomsky, and Frankie fought against Red King. And then fucking Guillotine just stood by and didn't do much. He just like, oh, wait, no, please don't hurt me. Really? No, he didn't even get turned into a child. Pomsky and Bluegrass and Dahl got turned into children. None of the other Marines got turned into children. Dude was just there. He didn't even do anything. All right, now this motherfucker is mediocre. That guy is mediocre. Yeah. He did nothing and shit himself. Like, yeah. So, yeah. Let's look at these egghead Marines here, right? We got Doberman up here in Great Marines who stood up to Saturn. We have Dahl and Bluegrass, which actually makes sense because Dahl and Bluegrass also fought together a little bit, so that also makes sense there. That they would be together and above average. They really put in work there. And then down here, we just have Guillotine that just shits himself in the background and doesn't do much. Yeah. I mean, that sounds relatable, but you are a vice admiral, sir. You have a job to do, all right? You have a status. He's just there to be like, oh, no, please don't. It's like, really? Hey, man, I get it. You're going up against Frankie and one of the supernovas. I get it. But, like, hey, man, come on. You're a vice admiral. Come on. Time to fight. Time to take off your chakram and throw it. That's all you can do, but it's the best you got. You know. He used conjurer's hockey. He conjured stuff with his hockey. Oh, man. In the next chapter, Oda's going to reveal the 3 other types of hockey that we didn't know about. Transmutation hockey, conjuration hockey, and specialist hockey. Yeah, we didn't know anything about that before, but he's going to introduce this whole new hockey system. It's going to change the whole way things go, guys. It's going to change the whole way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to say at the bottom of mediocre. I'm actually thinking about putting him in horrible just because Barrels and Draw did some pretty bad things to civilian populations and stuff. I'm not going to put Guillotine's not on that level, but he's pretty bad. Yeah. Anyway, who's next? Helmeppo. All right. Where are we putting Helmeppo? Helmeppo, Lieutenant Commander Helmeppo. He deserves some love. He deserves some status here, okay? I think above average, too. I think above average as well. He's come a long way. You know, I'm going to put him above brand new. I'll put him right below Dahl and Bluegrass. I think that is the perfect spot for Helmeppo. You know, he put in the work. He started as this rich kid that's just like, oh, yes, I am so awesome. My father is Captain Morgan of Shellstown. I'm so amazing. Check out my butterfly collar and my gold chain, yes. But you know what? He became Kobe's good friend, and he stuck with the Marines, and he stuck with that training. And you know Garp's training is not easy, but he stuck with it. He worked out every single day at the crack of dawn. He complained all the time about it at the beginning, but he got on track, and he started pushing himself, and he started putting in the effort 110%. He's never going to be on Admiral. He's never going to be on the level of Kobe, but he's fucking trying, you know? And that deserves some status there. Yeah. Yeah, he has Kirkery knives. Yeah, pretty cool dude. Pretty all right guy. He's going to surpass Bogard. Yeah, I think someday, sure. You know what? I'm going to rearrange this. Maybe Bogard still goes ahead of him there. Okay, that's a little bit better. But still, he goes in above average. Yeah. I don't know if he did the battleship bags. He might have tried. Helmeppo gives me the impression he tried that like once and was like, man, this is really hard. You know, this is really tough. You know, maybe he tries that. Maybe every once in a while. It's like me with leg day. You know, I'll do leg day like once every 3 months and be like, ow, it hurts so bad. And then I won't try it for 3 more months. And then it's like, well, it's been a while. I got to try again. All right. Hibari. Hibari's up next. She is a commander. She is a rank higher than Helmeppo. She is also a member of Sword, and she's Kobe's girlfriend. Kobe might not know about that yet, but she's Kobe's girlfriend. So also Akainu's daughter, more than likely. So, like, that's going to be fun for Thanksgiving dinner when Hibari shows up. Dad, I have a new boyfriend. Who is it? He puts down the newspaper, and there's Kobe. Hey there, sir. How you doing, Fleet Admiral? The newspaper Akainu was reading just gets lit up in flames. Oh, man. I would be okay putting her in the same category as Helmeppo. She was also part of the raid on Hachinosu. Maybe in the same category. Maybe just like slightly below Helmeppo is fine. She is an expert sniper, though. She is like dead shot with that rifle. That wasn't her Devil Fruit ability. No, that was just the gunpowder bullets that Vegapunk invented. But she's really good as a sharpshooter. She's like, that's her thing. She's a sharpshooter in sword. I mean, she knows what she's doing. She's got skills to pay the bills for sure. It would be so great. Just to let you know, her and Akainu share the same blood type. They're from their same North Blue territory, and they both are the only characters that talk with this like Hiroshima like dialect. They're the only ones that use it in the Marines. I think the only ones that use it in the story, actually. So that's going to be really the evidence seems to be there, which is funny. Top of trying her best. Yeah, I'm debating on that right now. I'm thinking about it. You know, so what do you think? What do you think? You know, above average, or from what we've seen with her, just trying her best? What do you think? I'm torn at the moment. Trying her best, above average, trying her best. Yeah, I feel like trying her best. Okay, we know way more about Helmeppo, which does skew it for him. Yeah, I mean, she's also just a commander. She's not like a crazy. I mean, commander's a pretty decently high rank, but she's not a rear admiral or vice admiral or anything like that. I would go with that. All right, Hina. Hina gets shit done. Okay? Hina gets shit done. All right? She went after the Straw Hats and she failed, but unless Bon Clay was there to kind of distract her, she would have sunk the Mary. Like, she was making progress sinking the Mary. All right? And there wasn't really much the Straw Hats could do to stop that. They couldn't really bounce back those giant iron pillars. And then we also have the time she went after the Baroque Works agents and captured all of them. The only reason they got away is like other people showing up and like, you know, distracting her long enough so others can escape kind of deal. But she took out Mr. 2 in one-on-one combat. She defeated Mr. 2 Bon Clay like easily. Like, it wasn't really that hard for her to do that. She's pretty effective. She's pretty effective at what she does. Great Marine. I think she deserves Great Marine status. Yeah. I don't know if Hina goes in the Hall of Fame. Nah, she doesn't go in the Hall of Fame. Either top of above average or Great Marines. I'm thinking above average because I'm thinking in order to get into Great Marines, you got to go above and beyond. You got to just think of something like Doberman talked back to Agorose when he knew that could have resulted in his own death, but he spoke his mind anyway because he cared about the civilians of the One Piece world. That's something that speaks to you. Corazon and Belmere both adopted children and saved them and gave their own lives for them. That's some Hall of Fame shit right there. Hino, we don't know if has done anything of that nature, but she's a really competent Marine. Yeah. Who's next? Hototo Gisu, I think, is her name. So she is one of Suru's group. And I think, I'm not sure, but headcanon, I like to think that Hototo Gisu is Suru's daughter. And then Kujaku is Osuru's granddaughter. I like to think of that because she was on Suru's crew like 13, 15 years ago during Law's backstory. She was there. She was part of Osuru's crew for a long time. I like to think that it's her daughter because it's like, they're all a family that have been in the Marines, like kind of like what Garp wanted but never happened kind of situation. That's just headcanon, though. That's not for, I don't know anything about that. I'll just put her in mediocre because, yeah. I'm trying to rank these Marines for their mediocre level. Yeah, Guillotine's definitely at the bottom of the mediocre category. Yeah, I don't have a problem with putting these other ones in that order. That's fine. Yeah. Who do we have? Hound. Hound, what the fuck did you do during Egghead? What did you do? I'm looking up what you did. I'm looking up your report from the field. All right, Vice Admiral Hound. What do you have here? Let's see here. Let's see. The giant warrior pirates came to rescue the Straw Hats. Hound commanded the Marines to aim for the giant ship. So he gives an order for them to target the giant ship. Later, they watch the Iron Giant. The Vice Admiral met with the biggest concern about the pirates. And then, that's just when Saturn died. During the attack, the pacifistas under Bonnie's command attacked the ship. Hound considered calling off the Buster Call, but he didn't. All right, so it seems like he's done two major things. He thought about calling off the Buster Call, but he didn't. And then he ordered the Marines to attack the Great Eric. And then he just kind of watched things happen. He didn't fight anybody that we know of. He might have had a scuffle with one of the pacifistas or something, but we didn't see it. He didn't do shit. I'm putting him down here next to Guillotine. You suck, Hound. You suck. Hound didn't do dick. He's in the same class as Smoker, though. They're like the same age. We do find that out in SPS. All right. Fujitora Isho. Out of all of the admirals, I think what exemplifies a Marine, what really matters to a Marine, I think he is the best. I am thinking either Hall of Fame or great for him. One of the two. One of the two. I think Hall of Fame. Great. I'm getting lots of greats and lots of Hall of Fame. You know what? I think I'm going to do a poll for this one because we are talking about an admiral here. I'm not going to do a poll for all of these because I don't have time to do all that. But where does Isho go? Hall of Fame or Great Marine? There you go. I will do it with this. I will do it with this because I really think it can go either way. He is a man that understood that the Marines were at fault during Dressrosa. The Marines fucked up, and he bowed to the citizens of Dressrosa and to King Riku Dole III to say, we have failed you. We are supposed to be your Marines. We are supposed to be the ones to protect you. We are supposed to be the ones to save you. And we didn't let that. We weren't able to do that, and we failed you this day. And we are sorry for that, and please accept our apology. Sakazuki got so pissed about that. But that's what he did. He's the kind of man he is. Then, at the Reverie, he made sure a bunch of the slaves were freed after that. He even fought against, he went up against Green Bull, did he not? Like, I know it was Green Bull and Fujitora against the revolutionaries, but wasn't there a scene where Green Bull also kind of was at odds with Fujitora there? They also had kind of like a back and forth, like, he's like, hey, Fujitora, I'm not going to let you free the slaves. They're government property. And Fujitora's like, no, I'm letting them go. I'm letting them get away. You know? It's looking like Hall of Fame here, man. I think that's fair. He deserves to be in the Golden Diamond Castle, picking up that third Switch controller to play Super Smash Brothers with Belmir and Corazon. Isho's gonna pick up that controller. He's gonna use his observation hockey to play. Dude, I bet Isho would actually be really good at Super Smash. I don't know. I think just intuition, he'd be really good at playing it. Yeah. Don't let Doberman get lonely. Looks like he might be lonely. Sorry, Doberman. Doberman is like, okay, Doberman is in like this super posh, fancy penthouse club. But like, there's nobody there at the bar with him. Belmir was there a little bit, then Corazon came and picked her up. Corazon and Bellemere are maybe together, so they went up to the Golden Diamond Palace Castle, and now it's just Doberman and the bartender. And you know the bartender is kind of starting to get tired of Doberman talking to him. Like, the bartender is kind of like, hey, I got some stuff to do in the back. He's like, oh, okay. All right, then. He's there just swirling his martini or whatever. Don't worry, Doberman. I'm sure there's somebody else on this tier list that'll end up in the Great Marine category. All right, what about Isuka? Ace's love interest. What about Isuka? Okay. Hold on, let's end the poll. All right, Isuka is Ace's smoker. She is the rival, the Marine antithesis to Ace. That is her whole deal. Her and Ace have a very kind of semi-romantic ride in a Ferris wheel at Sabaody during her day off during the Sabaody archipelago when they were there. They are basically meant to be shipped together. That is essentially their job. Yeah. How has it taken this many an hour and a half? Well, we have to account for a bunch of different things, you know? I'm not just going to be like, okay, you go there, you go there, you go there. Okay, tier list over. Let's say bye, everybody. No, we take this seriously around here, all right? We talk about the characters, damn it. All right. But, yeah, I don't know if her being shipped with Ace really does anything for her in the ranking of her being a good Marine. It's more of maybe a ranking for her love life, if anything else. But, like, that's, you know, you don't judge a Marine based off their love life, right? Yeah. I would say, well, I would say trying their best, because Isuka is not... There's a lot of moments where she goes up against Ace, and Ace is kind of toying with her. Like, Ace isn't trying to kill her or anything. Ace is just like, look, I'm way stronger than you. I have a Logia. You know, it's not for trying, but, like, there's nothing Isuka can really do to one-up Ace. You know, he's Ace. So there's really nothing that there is. Like, okay. And she's like, damn you, Fire Fist Ace, I'll get you next time. And Ace is like, okay, I look forward to it. You know, it's like that kind of shit. It's like, I'm sure you will. I look forward to the next time we fight. You're pretty cool. Later. Like, that's how it goes down a little bit in the novel. That's kind of the vibe. And, yeah, she's trying her best. Yeah, I'd say the Ice Light novels are worth reading. I'd say they are. Absolutely. Yeah. No, it doesn't make her a bad Marine. It means she's trying her best. She's also just an ensign, too. You know, I think she's trying to get... I think she's a little bit going above her pay grade. She's an ensign. She's the lowest officer rank. She's basically Tashigi's rank during Alabasta, and she's like trying to take on essentially a warlord level threat. And I think she's just trying to, you know, she's overreaching. Doesn't make her a bad Marine. I think she just has to, like, maybe instead of focusing on Ace, she could focus on some pirates that are more her level. But she would never hurt civilians. She would never put civilians' lives in danger. She's a good Marine. Yeah. We don't know what her rank is now. We actually don't even know what she's doing in the series. She didn't die or anything. But yeah, I'm assuming she's still a Marine. I can't think of any reason why she wouldn't be. Yeah. Yeah, it's like if Crocodile tried to take down, like, it's like Tashigi tried to take down Crocodile. Like, it's just, you could try, and you're kind of like, all right, maybe don't go after the boss just yet. Maybe a few ranks down. Like, if Tashigi would have tried to go up against, like, Mr. 5, that I think would be more her pay grade kind of thing. Like Mr. 5 or Mr. 4 or something like that. Maybe she could have taken down one of them. Or like if she fought against Miss Valentine or something like that, maybe she could have beaten Miss Valentine. Yeah. All right. Saul. Jaguar D. Saul. Oh, okay. He's a good Marine. He's a good Marine, man. He saw what the Marines were doing. He actually had the critical thinking abilities to question whether or not what they were doing is a good thing. and he ultimately decided to betray them for the greater good. He decided, like, wait a minute, like, a big part of this is kind of realizing, hey, the Marines are kind of corrupt. Not the whole structure of the Marines, but, like, some shit the Marines do, like, let's murder an entire island of people because they're studying these rocks. That's like, I don't know about that. That sounds a little bit, evil. I don't know if I, want to do that. That doesn't sound too good. How about we just don't do that? It's like, take your orders, Saul. I mean, I want to be a good Marine and all, but, like, I don't want to be, like, murdering innocent people. I mean, like, that doesn't sit right with me. You know, like, yeah. Cowboy Saul. I mean, he wears a cowboy hat. I mean, that's his aesthetic. That's his thing, you know. Are we the bad guys? He's a good man. He's a good man. Is he finally going to sit at the bar with Doberman, or is he going Hall of Fame? Because I feel like he kind of deserves Hall of Fame here. He went through a lot of shit. He went against the Marines to save Robin, and he lost a leg in the process. All right? And also, he was 100% resigned to die. He was not like, well, I was like, don't worry, Robin, I'll be fine. I can survive this. No, he says later during Elbaf, yeah, I thought I was dead as shit right there. I gotta tell you, I saw those pearly gates open up, man. I thought I was fucking dead. I still don't know how I made it, but I made it. All right, so yeah, and then put him up in Hall of Fame for sure. Saving children once again, yeah. A lot of these come down to, like, you know, Marines are giving orders to kill innocent civilians, and then you don't. Yeah. And then you decide not to kill the innocent civilians. Give me an arc to rewatch. Skypiea. Go rewatch Jaya and Skypiea. He's a traitor. How? Yeah, he's no, that's not what we're ranking it by. No. I've mentioned it before earlier in the stream, but we'll bring it up again. So this is a stream to determine who is the best Marine in ranking them by the, like, basically, this is basically, I'll be straight up with you. This is good morality as a Marine. I should have probably titled it like that. Like, who has the best morality? That's the idea, okay? Like, giving an order to murder an entire island because they're studying something they shouldn't. That's evil. Like, that's straight up evil. And the fact that Saul's like, yeah, I'm not doing that. You know, I'm gonna be on their side. I'm gonna help them. You know, that's a good person. That's a good Marine. Yeah. Why is Doberman up there then? Doberman's up there because he is the one Marine out of all of the vice admirals at Egghead that had the balls to talk back to Saturn. Saturn was there giving them orders, and he was the one that, like, hey, is the shit Vegapunk said was true? We gotta, like, help people. And then after he knows Saturn is a demon monster that could probably kill him, he still went up to him and talked back to him there. And none of the other vice admirals did that, and he was the only one that did that. He got great Marine in my book. All right. Oh, don't worry. When we get to Akainu, we'll get to Akainu. Trust me. We're gonna have to think. We're gonna get to Akainu. We're gonna have a debate about Akainu. I am sure. All right. Who's next? Django. All right. So this is another good one. Like, Django started out as a pirate, and a pretty mean pirate, pretty fucked up pirate. I mean, he's going around murdering people and stuff. He's a pirate, right? He attacked children during Syrup Village, but then he gets recruited into the Marines. He's about to be executed. He's about to be hanged, actually. They're about to hang him. And then Full Body shows up and says, hey, he's my friend. And Django kind of was like, oh, my God. Like, he was about ready to die. And actually, he has a moment where he actually, he kind of resigns himself to his fate a little bit there. There's a moment where he kind of, like, accepts that, like, okay, I've lived a life of crime. I've lived my life as a pirate. Time to face the music, right? Time to face the music. And that's execution. I guess that's my fate. But Full Body showed up, and then they gave him a leave as long as he was a Marine instead. And now he spends his days being a Marine, and he's a pretty good, I mean, he's like a lieutenant grade Marine. Like, he's high ranked. I mean, he's ranked, I think, the same as full body. And yeah, lieutenant commander rank. And so he's here to protect civilians now. And from what we understand, he works with Hina. They're on Hina's ship or Hina's crew, and Hina is a very by-the-book individual. Hina's not going to... If Django was going around doing some piratey shit, Hina would not allow that or tolerate that. She would fucking throw him in jail without a second, without a second thought, right? Like, immediately. I mean, yeah, you could say he's a Hina simp if you want, but, if that makes him turn over a new leaf, I mean, whatever. I'm going to put him in the same category as full body. I'm going to put them right next to each other. I think that's fair. Yeah. Yep. I mean, didn't he join just to kind of get with Hina? So there's a scene where they're about to, he gets into the Marines because of part of, like, basically, it's like a plea deal in order to get him out of his execution. Like, his execution sentence is suspended. But then at the end of the cover story, yes, they both look at Hina. It was like, oh, wait a minute. I think I'm going to like being a Marine because, like, Hina's there. So, yeah, I mean, that's how it is. All right. Who's next? John Giant. Good old John Giant, the first giant to join the Marines. And you know what? We don't really know much about him. Ironically enough, we know he was sold into the Marines by Mother Caramel, but that's not really his fault. And we know he was, like, really good and an inspirational kind of figure. Rallies a lot of people together. He's really good at that. But other than that, he fought at Marineford. But really, other than that, we don't really know much more about him. I don't even know if trying his best, really. I kind of just put him in kind of like a mediocre category. I mean, I'll put him a little bit high up there. He's doing his job, I guess. He's doing his job there. I can't really say anything about him particularly that's like he's above average. He's just kind of like a really good vice admiral. John is average. Yeah. Yeah, he fought at Marineford, but, like, everybody on this list pretty much fought at Marineford. I mean, there's a few that didn't, but, like, like Pudding is dead, actually. But, like, pretty much every Marine that's a vice admiral fought at Marineford. Even Brand New, who was a Commodore and in the intelligence division, picked up a sword and fought at Marineford. In terms of height, he's above average. Yeah, I think he got hit by Whitebeard, yeah. Jonathan. You know what, Jonathan? I think Jonathan is fine. I think Jonathan is finally the guy that's going to sit next to Doberman at the penthouse bar. I think Doberman's going to be there all alone, swirling his drink like, well, there's nobody to talk to. And then Jonathan walks over with his epic mustache. And he's just like, this seat taken? Is this seat taken? Yeah. And you know what's also funny? Even if Jonathan could go into Hall of Fame, I don't think he would. I think he would choose to, like, I'm not that great. I'll just go into Great Marines. I don't need to go into the fancy Diamond Club with, the Super Smash Brothers Melee or whatever. They're all sitting around the GameCube. All four Roshinade, Belmir, Isho, and Saul are playing Super Smash. He's like, I'm all right with that. I'm just going to go to the penthouse bar and have a drink. Oh, man. Oh, God, that's an awful thing. No. Marines serve the world government, nothing else. If that's your idea for being a good Marine in the story, like a morally good Marine, that is an awful standard. That is an awful standard. I think that's fair. I honestly wouldn't put Jonathan at Hall of Fame anyway. He is a good Marine. He's very tactical. He's very logical. What's even better is it's actually revealed in the backstory, and I think they said this before they knew anything about Akainu. They mentioned that he's Akainu's, like, apprentice. Like, he learned from being a Marine from Akainu, which doesn't make much sense because he does not embody Akainu's sense of justice at all. But it actually does kind of work. If you think about it, like, he was taught by Akainu, like, the ropes of being a Marine, and then at a certain point, he just drifted away from Akainu, like, he taught me a lot of stuff that's invaluable, but I do not want to follow the same path as this guy. I want to do something else, and that's why you don't really... Maybe that's the reason that he doesn't get mentioned too much. Not just the fact he's filler, but the fact that, like, you know, he doesn't... Like, Garp's apprentice was Kuzan, you know, kind of thing. Yeah, he should be canon, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Aokiji was taught by Garp, and they're different people as well, so you get the impression, yeah. I'm almost out of water. I'm going to have to go get more water in a second. Yeah, no, the brothers from Fan Letter aren't on here, unfortunately. All right, Kadar. Kadar was Marine, fought against the Fishman Pirates and the Sun Pirates, and I think he's dead. I think we thought he was Hound for a little bit. Actually, there was even an SBS question that said, isn't Hound Kadar? He looks kind of similar. And he just says status unknown, but we don't know what happened to him. I'm just going to put him in mediocre. I'll put him a little bit higher than the Vice Admirals. I mean, he fought against the Sun Pirates. I mean, he was doing his... Maybe he was doing his best, actually. Yeah, maybe he was doing his best, yeah. Well, wait, no, he was defending slavery. Yeah, no, wait, fuck this. No, down here. Yeah. Wait, no, yeah, no, now I'm remembering. Sorry, it took me a second to remember that fight. Yeah, he was leading a bunch of Marines to bring back the slaves on the Sun Pirate crew. No, fuck him. No. Yeah, I thought for a second they were just like, you know, the Sun Pirates were just out there and they ran into a regular group of Marines and they just fought the Marines like pirates and Marines tend to fight, you know? I forgot, like, yeah, that entire battle was like, yeah, bring back the slaves. Yeah. Kobe. All right. You know, I'm not putting him in Hall of Fame. Okay, well, here's the thing. Where do you think Kobe would rank himself? Kobe would just be like, hey, man, I'm just trying my best. I think that's where Kobe would put himself. All right? But I think personally, he should be up here. All right? He would probably drop himself a few tiers. But I think he deserves to be in great. Kobe is, without any exaggeration, he is the future of the Marines. Garp said it, and that's pretty much true. Kobe is going to need to be the guiding light for the Marines going forward. After Dragon's Revolution, they're going to need people like Kobe to lead the Marines into a new era. Now, it's going to be a while before he's an admiral. You know, he's only 18 years old. You know, it's going to take some time for he's on that status. But he is going to be an admiral someday, and he is going to be one of the best admirals in the Marines. But, you know, it's going to take him a while. Maybe above average even right now. You know, I'm okay with that. He's still learning. He's still in his younger years learning how to be a good Marine. But he's definitely on track. Yeah. Kujaku is pretty nice. Yeah, we're almost up to her. We'll see. We'll get to her in a moment. Yeah. Probably. Kuja accepting Kiku. I don't see why they wouldn't. He did stop the war in Marineford. Yeah, he did. See, that's the thing with Kobe. He's done some really brave things in the world, you know. But I feel like I'm trying to look at this from Kobe's perspective here on how he would view himself. And I think even putting him above average is probably I feel like that's the compromise. I think a lot of people would want to make him Hall of Fame, and he would want to be there. I'm just trying my best, guys. Actually, I might just be mediocre. And I feel like this is the compromise here for Kobe. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I have no doubt about that. I think Kobe will top Garp someday, yeah. Yeah. I think this deserves a poll, too, because he's a pretty main character. All right. Where do we put Kobe? I'll just put Hall of Fame and great, and I will also add the other two options. Above average. Man, I cannot spell for shit today. And trying his best. Let's go with that. You guys go vote. I will be right back. I'm going to go grab a drink or a snack or something upstairs. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right. We got I got my favorite snack. I got my wasabi peas, and I got some mozzarella cheese pearls, like those little balls of mozzarella cheese you get. I love my snacks. It seems like, it's very divided. Well, I guess not divided because there's 4 options. Hold on. 56% for great. Yeah, I will go with that. I'll put him in great. I'll put him above Doberman. I'll do it that way. I think that way is probably fair. Kobe, Jonathan, and then Doberman. Cheese balls. Yep. Man, I'm so glad I live in an era that cheese balls exist. Fable references in Elbaf, like the Pied Piper. Yeah. I missed that reference in the chapter review. I brought it up later in one of the videos, the follow-up videos, but yeah. Kind of like the legend of the Pied Piper, luring the children out, like, what either Killingham or Summers was doing with the children, leading them onto the beach. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of references to, like, folklore and stuff like that. I should do a video on that. Yeah. All right. Ooh, fried cheese balls were eaten in ancient Rome. If I ever get a time machine back to ancient Rome, I'll see. I just walk up to the nearest person. How do you say fried cheese balls in Latin? How do you say that in ancient Latin? All right, what did they call them? I'm over here chucking M&Ms into my mouth. Oh, I have like a 2-pound case of a jar of M&Ms in the game room. Do I want to go all the way up there to get a 2-pound thing of M&Ms to bring down here? No. I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm all right with my healthy snacks, with my cheese and my wasabi. There's a lot of fiber in this. All right. Okay, so I think we're going to keep Kobe in great. I think that seems to be the idea where everybody's putting him right now. Yeah. All right. So who's next? This person you might not recognize immediately because this is an image from them at the manga in the past, but this is Kong. This is back when Kong was a fleet admiral. I put him in here. So let's go with... Yeah, so he's the commander-in-chief of the Marines right now, or the commander-in-chief of the world government right now. But back in the day, he would have been, this was during the scene when God Valley happened, and he was calling Garp. Garp was on vacation at the time. he was just kind of chilling out, and then he's like, by the way, Rox is attacking God Valley. He's like, what? And he gets moving. Yeah. So Kong eventually got promoted to commander-in-chief of the world government, which is really high rank. I think going through it, I think it's the highest possible rank that somebody that's not born a celestial dragon can hold. All right? Every other rank above him is like Gorosei or God's Knight. Well, okay, wait a minute. Because Gunko might not be born a God's Knight. There might be a way to ascend to godhood without that. But in terms of regular citizen getting promoted, you know, I think it's pretty rare for someone to welcome, like for the God's Knights to welcome like one from the lower realm into their ranks, you know? Yeah. Yeah, but he was fleet admiral during a rough time, man. He was a fleet admiral during Roger's day. Yeah. I mean, definitely have to put him... See, that's the thing. We don't know much about his morality, how he acted. I feel like during his day, he probably had to do some messed up shit, considering that he was dealing with Rox and Roger and all these horrible top-tier pirates back in the day. The Marines probably had to be a little bit more rough and loose with the rules as well to get shit done, you know what I mean? Yeah. He's definitely had to. You know, it's like, because, you know, when you're going up against the Rox pirates at, like, their full strength, I mean, you can't play this by the book. You got to take the rule book and throw it aside when you're dealing with that shit. And we know about Sengoku, man. I mean, like you said it right here best, Slasher. There's no way to be a good person while you're the fleet admiral. I mean, you're gonna end up ruining lives at some point with that position. That's why Garp kept refusing it. But hey, we're assuming that he was given the rank and he accepted it. Like Garp is a good example that you do not have to accept the fucking position. You know, he's like, Garp, we want you to be an admiral. And he's like, ha, 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 fuck you, no. And he's like, I'm not doing it. I'm not listening to the admirals. I'm not listening to those Tenryubito. I'm not being under their thumb. I'm not doing it. So you can choose to stay a vice admiral. You don't have to be promoted. That is objective fact. Kong chose to be fleet admiral. Sengoku chose to be fleet admiral. Akainu chose to be fleet admiral. Yeah. Now, maybe they tried because they're like, I could be better than the guy that came before me. I can maybe run this organization better. And then they realized that it's not really up to them. The fleet admiral doesn't really have as much power as you think they would. Akainu's finding that out pretty quickly after he joined, after he became that title. Yeah. I feel like just putting him in the status of being a Marine during this time period, I think above average is fair. Or maybe trying his best. Yeah. It's a real, like, I'm going to become the fleet admiral, the head of the Marines, and then I'm going to change the Marines. And it's like the Gorosei show up and like, yeah, you're not changing shit. I mean, you could change shit a little bit, but you're not changing shit. Like, you're not reforming the whole Marines. Like, that's not happening, you know? I'm going to put him down here. I'll put him next to Kizaru. All right, Kujaku. Granddaughter of Suru. Shit, I dropped a mozzarella ball. I dropped my cheese ball. All right. She whips things really hard and makes them and gets them to do what she wants. Yeah. Let's say with above average for her. Above average? Yeah. Yeah. I think that's fair. I'm going to put her Let's see. She's a member of Sword. I'm going to put her, like, right here next to Helmeppo. Other side of Helmeppo. To the left of Helmeppo. Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on a second here. I just realized something. Bagel stacks at Panera Bread, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, everybody. Let's go to Panera. It's on me. There's no door over here. Go to Panera and order something. It's like, teching will cover it. All right. Advertisements aside, Teching 101 is brought to you by Panera Bread. All right. So yeah, I'll put Kujaku up here. Now here's another question though. Here's another question. I want you to picture in this. Okay. So if the Golden Diamond Castle is where the Hall of Famers are hanging out, and the Great Marines are hanging out in that like penthouse suite, like that sweet jazz kind of bar, where are the above average Marines hanging out? Where are they at? I'm going to say they're in a really nice restaurant. You know, like a really good, nice restaurant. It's not like 10 stars, like you need to wear a suit to be in here. That's penthouse. That like Doberman, Jonathan, and Kobe have to be dressed to the nines. You have to have a dress code or you're not getting in. You know what I mean? This is just like a really nice restaurant that you have to maybe make a reservation for. And you have to dress nice, but like there's no strict dress code or anything like that. Good bar with good beer. Yeah, they're out there. They're yeah. Aramaki and Caesar at the shitty Motel 6 on the edge of town. Yeah. No, they're not at a Chili's. Maybe the mediocre. Excuse me, the mediocre, or maybe they're trying their best. We'll say they're trying their best or at like Chili's. They're at like a chain restaurant. Mediocre or at like a Burger King. Hanging out at a Burger King. The Horrible Marines are at like really shitty restaurant. Really shitty bar. Like they're at a dive bar. The Horrible Marines are at like a motorcycle dive bar right now. Like you walk in and everything is broken. And it's just a bunch of people that just look at you like, ugh. You know, you're not allowed to wear any sleeves, sleeveless bar, you know, that kind of place. That also kind of seems like the place that Barrels would hang out. Yeah. Almost 1K people on the stream. We had over 1,000 people earlier. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, office party is like a really good, like above average is like an office party. Anyway, what I was getting at was, I'm going to throw out a scenario for you. You tell me how this is going to go, all right? The above-average Marines are in this nice restaurant. They're hanging out. They're having like an office party. Helmeppo sees Kujaku and actually shoots his shot. How does that go? How does that go? He's sitting there. Maybe he had a couple of drinks in him to give him some liquid courage, and he's like, what the hell? What the hell? I might as well. Kobe and Hibari are clearly getting together, so I might as well shoot my shot here. Oh. The right company can make a shitty restaurant enjoyable. Yeah, I've definitely been in that situation before. What's Helmeppo's Riz like? Yeah. The salty spittoon. Yeah, that's the salty spittoon for the Horrible Marines, yeah. Welcome to the salty spittoon. How shitty are you at a Marine? How bad is your moral compass? My moral compass. I beat my own child, and then I defected from the Marines. All right, this way. Sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome to the salty spittoon. How morally shitty are you? I tried to fight. I burned down an entire village, then told a girl that it was pirates that did it, and then became her teacher to make her join the Marines. Oh, Jesus Christ, kid. Oh, my God. That's really jacked up. All right, I mean, you're in, but, like, ugh. Probably not great. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like she might be okay with it, but it's gonna get it's gonna get weird. All right, who's next? We have Kuzan. We have Aokiji. Now, here's the thing about Aokiji. All right, so he's in the Marines. In his early years, he's hot-blooded justice. That's like his or fiery justice. That's his title. That's his motto. All right. Helps Robin escape from O'Hara. Lets her get away. Even kind of says that, like, you know, that kind of justice that's absolute makes a man go crazy, makes a man really go insane, and referring to Akainu. So you get the impression that he has way more, like, morality than he does. So then, everything that happens in, you know, the first part of the story, he meets the Straw Hats. He freezes them, but he doesn't kill them. Then, after the war, fights really hard in the war. After the war, Sengoku steps down. He wants to be the new fleet admiral. Or rather, Sengoku recommended him to be the new fleet admiral to Kong. But Akainu also wanted to be, you know, the fleet admiral as well. So they had the battle on Punk Hazard. Akainu won. Kuzan decided to defect. You know, up until this point, I really don't see a problem with Kuzan. Kuzan seems to be like, I don't want to be part of the Marines if it's the Marines led by this guy. You know, and they were friends. It was a difficult relationship, but they did, you know, they were comrades. They fought together for like decades. They did know each other. So here's where Kuzan kind of loses me. For a minute there, he's like, I'm just going to travel the world, just kind of be a wanderer, kind of see what's up with the world, really learn things about it, learn about what I want to be, and all that kind of stuff. And I can respect that. But the dude chooses to be a member of Blackbeard's crew. He knows the kind of shit Blackbeard gets up to, and he actually, like, supports it. You know, like, the members of Sword show up to Hachinosu to rescue Kobe, but also to rescue all of the slaves, all of the civilians that were captured by the Blackbeard crew. And Kuzan's like, yeah, I can't let you do that. Can't let you do that, Garp. Oh, Teach is going to be pretty mad if all of our prisoners get freed. So I got to fight you. Got to fight you for it. So it really seems to me like Kuzan is... He says to himself, I want to go out there and live on my own, but he ended up just taking orders from somebody else, you know? Like he rebounded. He went from just one side to the other side with that, and he thinks that it's like, oh, I'm thinking on my own, but like, I don't know, man. Kuzan's on thin ice right now. We could find out something later about what he's really trying to do, but he fought Garp. You know, he was fighting him, you know what I mean? He froze Hibari, you know, which might have just been more like sour grapes, because if Hibari is Akainu's daughter, it's like, that's the daughter of the motherfucker that took my leg. I'm gonna freeze her first. Like, okay, I'm not really gonna be that upset about that, because yeah, you could say that's petty. I don't say that's petty. I say that's pretty, you know, it's like, fucking lost his leg. It's just like, fuck that. You know, it's like, okay. Dude. Aokiji gave a golden snail to Spondum. Oh, God, he did. And he knows about Spondum. He had to have known what the kind of guy. He had to know Spondum was going to click that button, too. He actually did it by accident, but you know he would have done it anyway. Yeah, he went from helping Celestial Dragons to helping Blackbeard out here. No, see, that's what I mean. If you're undercover, you might have to fight a cop to keep your cover. No, I get it. It's like I'm on the fence over what he's actually doing, you know? Like, for a long time, we thought that he was a member of Sword. He doesn't seem to be a member of Sword. That's the thing. Although maybe he's even deeper cover than Sword. He's in Spear. He's in a different organization named after a weapon. So maybe it finds out later, like, I'm part of a deep cover operation to take down Blackbeard. I had to do it. It's the only way I could get in with his good graces in order to take him down eventually. Maybe, but that doesn't seem to be the case, as of we know right now. Yeah. He also, yeah, not defecting after O'Hara, interesting choice as well, yeah. Well, I'm thinking back then they still had the idea of, like, if we get to admiral status or maybe even beyond, then we maybe can change the Marines. Yeah, that's not happening. It's really going to be hard to change the Marines from a inside perspective. I wish he was a revolutionary. You'd think he would fit better as a revolutionary. Maybe, maybe he's working undercover for Dragon instead. Oh, now that would be a twist. But I don't know. I don't see it. That would be a cool twist, though. Yeah, at least Kuzan was decisive. I would say decisive, but confused. He was in the Marines taking orders from the higher-ups for like 30 years. And then went and joined Blackbeard's crew, kind of like, well, kind of the same thing. Maybe he was like listless for a while on his own, like he didn't know how to live his life without taking orders because he was in this military organization for so long. And then he joins Blackbeard's crew where he's kind of just taking orders again. But maybe that's what makes him feel comfortable. Like, is like, I don't really feel like me unless I'm like in a structured organization taking orders from somebody, you know? Maybe. It's an interesting one. Yeah, it became lazy justice. Now he's just kind of disillusioned. But he did save Smoker, too. He's still saving people as well. I don't think I'll put him in horrible. There's still a lot we don't know. But I don't see putting him any higher than they're trying their best. I really don't. He seems really morally conflicted to me at the moment. Quiet quitting justice. Why did Kuzan go to Punk Hazard? I think just to save Smoker. He's a mix of good and bad, so it cancels it out. Yeah, is that how that works? He struggles with a sense of identity. Oh, he damn well does. He absolutely does. I would rather, you know what? I would rather the story with his character arc be that than just like, I was a deep undercover operation for the Marines the entire time. You know, I would rather him have like this identity crisis of like, okay, I was a Marine for like 30 years. All right, now I'm going to go off on my own. All right, now I'm a pirate. See what the pirate life is like. All right, now I'm going to see what this is like, you know? I'd rather have his character arc be that. He actually secretly works undercover for Buggy. Ooh. All right. I think we have some Marines here that are not super notable that we can kind of blitz through. We have LaCroix and we have Ronze. They are both giants that were part at Marine Ford. Ronze charged right in to fight Whitebeard. He was literally just like, Whitebeard! Whoa! He went right for him. Now, Whitebeard grabbed him, broke his helmet, and Quake bubbled his face and dropped him to the ground in one maneuver, but he went straight for him. He was just like, Whitebeard, I'm going to end this war right now. Whoa! You know, and yeah, it didn't go down super great. He got clapped pretty damn fast, but like, what do you say there? Do you say trying his best, above average, or mediocre? Trying his best. I'd say so, too. Now, when it comes to LaCroix, aside from being named after a brand of sparkling water, not really much. I'll put him right here. And then we have Maynard. Maynard, he was the one I was talking about earlier. I was going to put him right next to Bastille. He was also the vice admiral at Dressrosa. He was the one that got his ass kicked by Bartolomeo. Yeah, he was pretending to be a gladiator, and then he got clapped pretty easily. I kind of like Maynard, too. I do, too. I think Bastille and him were, like, way out of their depth for the situation. They were both vice admirals given orders to, like, you know, investigate Dressrosa. And they probably were thinking to themselves, like, hey, they're really trusting us with this. We're both vice admirals. We know what we're doing, right, Maynard? Yeah, Bastille, that's great. Tell you what, I'm going to go undercover in the Coliseum. Okay, I'll make sure to maintain order out here. All right, break. We got this. Yeah, Marines, brothers, we got this. And they're just way out of their depth, way out of it. I don't know if he got turned into a toy. I don't remember him getting turned into a toy. He might have. He did, yes. Okay, I don't think Bastille did. Oh, boy. Here we go. We have him, ladies and gentlemen. The man, the myth, the legend. Momonga. Momonga. Now, I personally like Momonga. I like his style. I like his suit. I like his mustache. I like his sword. I like his voice. He's a cool dude. But where does he rank on the morality scale? Let's be fair about this here. Let's be fair. So, goes up against Boa's crew. Has to convince her to join the Marines for the war. Boa immediately is just like, fuck you, and uses her love beam on everybody. He's smart enough to stab himself, so he's pretty quick-witted. Knows what he's doing. Is like, oh, I'm only going to avoid this by stabbing myself, so okay, I guess I got to do that. That's pretty cool. Cuts up a giant Sea King, so he's got the power scale to, he's got the power to pay the bills for sure. Goes into Marineford. Can't remember who he fights directly at Marineford. I don't know if we ever really focus on him super there, but he's you know, he's putting in work. He's putting in work. Above average. I think above average is definitely fair for Momonga. He's at the head of above average. You know what? Putting him next to Hina, I think, works. They're both extremely competent at their jobs. Not the greatest of all time, but competent. Yeah. Imagine seeing the most beautiful woman alive and keeping your focus. Well, he had to stab his hand in order to do that, but hey, he was smart enough to do that quick enough. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fights that happen in Marineford that are anime only that I don't remember. I'd have to go back and watch all of Marineford, but they include a lot of anime-only fights there just to kind of fill out the episodes. Yeah. It's so easy to, too. It's just like, oh, what's this Marine doing? Oh, fighting this member of, like, fighting, you know, Daz Bones or something. He was there. Have them fight really quick. You know what I mean? Or even if it's like you want somebody to fight Luffy really quick, have him run up and, like, a Vice Admiral like Stainless comes out, like, I'm fighting Luffy for 2 seconds. Oh, no, we ran past me. It's like, there you go. Like, you can kind of do whatever. That's right. He does fight Luffy, yes, very briefly. Yes, so Dragon is up next. Dragon was confirmed to be a Marine. He said it. He mentioned that I used to be a Marine, but I left that organization. I could not find justice there. He left the Marines, and he made his own damn revolution. He's like, I want to change the world. I want to make the world better. He joins the Marines. All right, they are corrupt as shit. I am not going to be changing anything in this organization. I am leaving the Marines. I am making my own freedom fighter organization, and I'm going to change the world that way because that's the only way shit's going to get done. And, yeah, it seems to be working. It seems to be working. Yeah, he's going in Hall of Fame. He's going in fucking Hall of Fame. Yeah. The Revolutionary Army has liberated so many islands from the cold, oppressive grip of the government and has helped so many people. Their primary goal is to be the fighters for the people, to save the people. That is what they're doing, and they are standing by that. They're hanging out in the Hall of Fame, the giant golden diamond castle. Dragon walks in. Saul, Fujitora, Bellamere, and Corazon is like, ah, Dragon! Corazon goes up to him, gives him the controller. Hey, take my spot. It's okay, man. I'm going to go grab me a hoagie. So Corazon goes over to the full bar. the full salad bar that's in the giant game room that is in the gold and diamond castle. You know? Dragon picks up the controller, plays some Smash Bros. Yeah. Kuma was never a Marine. He was a warlord. None of the warlords are included here. Different organization. Now, Dragon is the Solid Snake player. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Belmir, okay. Hold on a minute. This is completely unrelated, and this is just going to make the video longer, but this is important. This is important. Okay, full Smash Brothers Ultimate roster. Okay, what do we got here? This is completely irrelevant. This is just for a tangent, but this is what we do. Okay. So, Belmir is a Samus main. We'll go Dragon with a Solid Snake main for sure. Saul. Saul. You know, I immediately want to go King Kong with this. Or not King Kong, fuck Donkey Kong. I immediately want to go Donkey Kong with this, but I also kind of want to feel like for some reason he would play Fox. I don't know why. I'm just feeling Star Fox for Saul. Yeah, Saul's Donkey Kong too. Yeah, or maybe King Dedede. I could see that. We'll go Corazon with Marth. And then Fujitora. Who's Fujitora's main? Looking through this here. Ooh, maybe one of the Belmonts. Maybe Richter? Richter or Simon, maybe? Jigglypuff. Nah, Dragon mains the Belmonts. Really? Nah, I don't know if I see that. Fujitora plays the Wii Fit trainer. Oh, yeah. Captain Falcon. I was thinking Captain Falcon. Oh, maybe Dragon is, maybe plays Cloud. Because, like, revolutionaries. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, like freedom fighter kind of shit. Maybe. And then there's the DLC fighters like Joker. Who's Hero? What's he from? Yeah. Who would Emu play? Who's the most evil person? Probably Ganondorf. In Smash. Yeah, probably Ganondorf or Sephiroth, maybe? I'm thinking Ganondorf. Yeah, Sephiroth maybe for Emu as well. Okay, this was completely irrelevant. This had nothing to do with anything. But hey, we all have to place them where they're at in the castle. Okay, right? Okay. So anyway, Garp! Garp! Now listen, everybody. I know you're going to want to put Garp in the Hall of Fame. And he's probably going to end up there. But let's, like, seriously consider this for a moment. You know, Garp, he opted to not become an admiral. He's a good guy. He's not taking orders from the higher-ups. That's fair. He also saved a lot of people, too. That's an interesting way to put it. Garp is horrible. How many people died because the world government searched for Roger's son while he hid him? That's true. All of the deaths of those unborn children are on Garp's head. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, that is an interesting. You know what? That is a very interesting morality argument there. You know, Garp could have given up Ace in exchange for the Marines not going and killing so many pregnant women. You know, dude, Oda writes some fucked up things in this story sometimes. Oh my god. That is a canon thing that happened. The Marines went around and just started murdering pregnant women after Roger was executed to just be like, we have to make sure he didn't have any children. Go to any island he was seen on and then just kill every pregnant woman on the island. Damn. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know if Garp, I mean, yeah, I mean, like, that's more about, like, the overall evil of the Marines, really. I still don't get why Garp chose to be a Marine. That's going to be in his flashback, and it's probably going to be a pretty good reason. Yeah, Rouge gave birth after the Marines stopped looking. She had to hold Ace in her womb for 20 months because of that. Yeah, he has the ethics class where it's like, all right, you got a baby, you got an old man, and you're there too, and you got to save only one of them because there's only one other person could fit in the boat. Who you saving? It's like, I'll save the baby and the old man, and I'll stay on the island. Wrong! You save the baby and yourself. You let the old man to stay on the island to die to the elements because you're the future of the Marines and the baby is the future generation. The old man's already had his time. Let him die. That's the morality. That's pretty much spells out right away what Garp's morals are. If it's not even really ambiguous there, that's what he believes in. So you could take that to be like, I could see where that's coming from, but also you could look at it like, it might be a little bit too direct considering, you're part of an organization that's supposed to help everybody. But, life's more complicated sometimes, Will of D is greater than off-screen NPCs. I mean, yeah, in the context of the story, gotta save Ace. He's going to grow up to be the main character in the story for a little bit. It is interesting, though. You think Garp would have, Garp has seen some shit. Like, you got to imagine all the horrible, horrible things Garp has seen the Marines do, and he still sticks around. He still stays a Marine. Got to be a good reason. I would put him at the top of trying. I love how trying their best is a really they're really trying their best. Maybe we should add another tier and break this up now. I don't know, a lot of Marines trying their best. So, I'm thinking about trying to make another category instead of horrible or worst, because those categories are meant. Those categories are meant for characters that have done really horrible things, Draw torching an entire village, or Caesar with the gas weapons, and Aramaki with the racism and everything like that. But I was trying to think of another category where, not horrible, you've done horrible things, but, you're backing an organization that has clearly done horrible stuff. But that's kind of like everybody on here, so I don't really know. I don't think we're making another one. Yeah, Garp's not horrible. I'm noticing a lot of the, not all the admirals are in trying their best. I mean, Kizaru and Kuzan, Akainu's not going to be in that category. Isho is in Hall of Fame, and Aramaki's in worst. Yeah, I think I'll just keep it with that. I'll keep it with that. Morgan. Yeah, I think Morgan also belongs in horrible. I think firmly. I mean, Morgan, okay. Morgan was hypnotized by Kuro to be like, you defeated Black Cat Kuro of 1,000 plans. You're the greatest Marine ever. And he's like, I am the greatest Marine ever. And that kind of got him way more, boisterous and arrogant than he normally would. But he still did a lot of, he abused the people working on his base a lot. You know what I mean? And he's, building a giant statue to himself and everything. I mean, that's absurd. Yeah, Morgan is horrible, right? His influence didn't extend beyond Shelltown, And, I mean, there were civilians living in Shelltown that were afraid of him, but it wasn't like they were, horribly oppressed. I mean, okay, the worst that happened is he kind of just let his son, Helmeppo, wander through town and just, accost the townsfolk. That was kind of, the worst thing that happened. But he's pretty bad. But there's worse things that, in terms of horrible, if we're ranking this horrible thing here, I guess I would go Draw at the top, actually. And then We don't really know what Barrels did outside of just abusing Drake, but still, I mean, that's, yeah. Maybe something like, yeah, maybe something like this. Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah, they were afraid of him for sure, but it wasn't like the town was like all run down like a work camp or something like that. You know, they were working there, they were living their lives. It seemed everything was okay, but like it was kind of more of just like don't piss off like the principal kind of thing, you know, like the Marine captain that protects this town. I mean, he does protect it from pirates, but he's a real hard ass, and if you get on his bad side, that's not good, you know? Very selfish. Very, very selfish individual. Oh man, why did I put this guy on here? This is I think Mozambique or something. He was at the meeting of the warlords after Alabasta, like when Lafitte showed up. I have no idea. I think I actually misclicked and I did not intend to put him on here. Because he is Mozambique. Yeah, he is not. Now, somebody said Glove was the archetypical mediocre Marine. No, this guy. This guy is the archetype of mediocre. I'm going to put him right in the center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm putting him right dead center of all the mediocre Marines. You can't get more mediocre than Mozambique. Yeah, he was one of the guys that Doflamingo took control of. Yeah. Which I think actually his design's different in the manga than in the anime. I think they used a different character for him in the manga. Or in the anime, I guess, because the manga was the original. Yeah. Oh, this guy. I forget his name really quick. Hold on, let me look him up. This guy's name. He's an SBS character, but I put him on here for a reason, and I'll tell you in a second. His name is Nazu Katagari. His job in the Marines is to decide. He's a vice admiral who has one job, and his job is to create the epithets for all of the pirates. So, you know how, Capone Gang Beiji is his title? Or Phoenix Marco. Okay, that one's pretty easy. Fire Fist Ace. Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar D. Law. God Usopp. Well, God Usopp was given to him at Dressrosa. But, Blackleg Sanji, Pirate Hunter Zoro. He's the guy that comes up with the titles. He's maybe also Bon Clay's uncle. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. You know, Heavenly Demon Doflamingo. Yeah, he's the guy coming up with all that shit. You know what? He's really good at his job, guys. I mean, he has a really good job, all right? Can you really? I mean, he's not Hall of Fame. I'm not putting him in Hall of Fame, but, like, he has a job in the Marines. And he does it impeccably well. All right? Oh, he only... Wait. He only signs names to the Marines? Well, who's the person coming up with the titles for the Pirates, then? All right, that's going to drop him some titles. I always thought this guy came up with the titles for the fucking Pirates. Oh, man, I was wrong. Sorry. This guy's lame. This guy sucks now. Piece of shit. Can't believe I believed in you, man. Can't believe that. I think he might just come up with names for the admirals then. Yeah, he only assigns epithets to Marines. Well, like, a lot of the Marines don't even have epithets. I mean, I'm sure they do, but we just don't know about them, you know? Like, we know, okay, like, Smoker is the White Hunter. Or Chaser sometimes. Hina's Iron Cage Hina. But beyond that, like, I don't know, like, what is, Glove's title? Or, you know, Hibari doesn't have a title. Isuka does. Nailing Isuka. Maynard doesn't have a title. Bastille. A lot of the Vice Admirals don't have titles. Momonga doesn't have a title. Yeah, so they probably do, but we just don't know. All right, and he assigns the Marines titles as well. I mean, the Admirals titles as well. But he did give Garp the name the Fist, apparently. If we're going along with that logic. Well, let me rearrange this a bit. There we go. All right, tell you what. He's not a great... I'll put him above average. He does a service. I'll put him down here. I'll put him right there at the bottom of above average. He does a service, but, like, yeah. Oh, here we go. Here we start to get into some bullshit. We have Nezumi. Yeah, Nezumi. Okay. Is Nezumi worst of all time? Nezumi was a rat in every single definition of the word. And you know what? If he's going in worst of all time, maybe not rattle, you know, because Nezumi, okay, there's a difference between two of them. Okay, Nezumi is a rat. Rattle is supposed to be like a honey badger or something. That's the basis of his name. But, you know, see, Nezumi was working alongside Arlong for years, right? Like, he was taking the kickback money from Arlong for years and years to basically lie to the Marines to say, oh, yeah, no, everything's good here. Everything's fine. Yeah, the pirates, yeah, they're taken care of. Yeah, he's not, yeah, he's a piece of shit. He's not helping the people of Kokoyashi Village. He's a piece of shit. I think it's just the fact of the level of damage that this dude caused by not reporting this. Like, he could have gotten, like, hey, I mean, now Pudding does step up, but we'll get to him in a bit. But, like, he could have really let headquarters know, like, hey, we really need to solve this Arlong problem here. Like, he has an entire island, multiple villages under his thumb, and he decided to work with that guy. Yeah, it's the exact opposite of... I'll put him in the exact opposite place as Belmir. Like, I'll just do this. Like, right down here. The exact opposite. Put him in Hall of Fame so Belmir can beat his ass. Yeah, maybe brand new helps with the epithets. But I don't know. I think that's just... we don't know that for certain. How did Arlong negotiate with Nezumi? Greed. He's just, like, super greed. If we're going to go with, like, 7 deadly sins with it, Morgan is definitely pride. Nezumi is definitely greed. Yeah. Okay. Who do we got next? We got Onigumo. Pretty good Marine. He's got a spider zone. He's got like a tarantula zone. That's pretty sweet. Pretty decent Vice Admiral, I'd say. I'd be okay putting him at above average, actually. I'd be okay putting him like right below Bogard. The spider zone is pretty unique, and he fought pretty well at Marineford. He wasn't present at Egghead or anything like that. I'd say in the same category, but like slightly below Momonga. Like not up at the top of above average, but like right there. It's not too bad. Didn't he shoot his own subordinate? Oh, when did that happen? Wait a minute. I need to double check something here. I don't remember that happening. I believe you. I don't remember that scene. Hold on a minute. I got to look up that scene. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, wait. Yep, wait. I think I remember this now. Hold up. What chapter did that happen in? During the Buster Call incident. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so he's not a good guy. Yeah. It's a cool zone, but yeah, not a cool dude. Soldier questioned Onigumo's order of destroying a fellow Buster Call ship and 1,000 comrades just to kill Monkey D. Luffy. And Onigumo shot him dead in cold blood. Oh, yeah, fuck this guy. He goes down here. Do this. Yeah. Yeah, he's absolutely the opposite. It's like, we've been given orders to attack our own ship. Sir, those are our men, and like 1,000 people are going to die. Boom! Yeah. None of the other Buster Call captains, I think, did that. Yeah, if Onigumo's like, I think he's the only one that did that, so goddamn. Dude was just trying to get a promotion. Yeah. Actually, he might, I don't know. That is an insane thing to do, now I'm actually thinking about it. He might go down in worst of all time for that. Like, Jesus, that is, can you imagine that? Like, you're in the Marines, right? You're in a military organization, and you've been given orders like, hey, we've been given orders to attack the next ship over. There's one person on this ship that's a pirate that we need to bring in. We need to, dead or alive. So we're going to attack our own ship, like, indiscriminately to kill this one guy. And there's like 1,000 Marines on this ship. And there's one dude, that one Marine that's like, hey, I am not going to do that. And then you just get shot in the face or shot in the heart. And you're to blame, Onigumo, give love a bad name. Yeah, Akainu did the same thing with Robin. Well, with the ship. Oh yeah, don't worry, we're getting to Akainu. He's down here. We're getting to him at some point. Don't worry about it. His day is coming. Here it is. He's coming. I think Onigumo might deserve to be down here. I completely forgot about that scene. Yeah. But the Marine that got shot, he's not on here, but I put him up here. Right next to Doberman. He had the balls to talk against. Yeah. And you know what? Like, Doberman was part of that Buster Call, too. I'll say this. Doberman was part of that Buster Call, too. He was actually part of 2 of them. But I like to think with Doberman, after witnessing 2 Buster Calls back-to-back, he started to realize, like, what the fuck is this shit? I think at the last minute, like, if Doberman did not go up to Saturn and speak his mind, I think I would have put Doberman down way lower. But, like, right before, I think he started to, like, you know what? No, fuck this. I'm speaking my mind here. I've had enough of this shit. All right. Pomsky. Okay, Pomsky did some stuff. Pomsky's definitely not in the same level of Guillotine and Hound. Pomsky, like, he can turn into an otter. That's a cool animal. But also, like, he fought against Frankie. I think he fought against Bonnie, too. Bonnie turned him into a kid. But he was actively fighting the Straw Hats and Bonnie. He didn't just stand by and shit himself like Guillotine did. You know? He got beat up by a child. Well, the child that has the ability to turn you into a baby. It's a pretty powerful ability. Bonnie's ability is cracked. It really is. Tell you what. I'll put him in. He's trying his best. Above glove, though. Above glove. All right. Prince Groose. Prince Groose's backstory is great. He's a rich kid that just basically got put in the Marines. You know, he's just super wealthy. That's why his name is Prince. He's not really a prince. It's just he's a rich kid. So for that, I mean, we got to put him down a little lower. But no. I mean, Prince Groose, like, he's above average. He has a really good Devil Fruit ability. I kind of want to put him below Helmeppo, actually. Yeah. I mean, in terms of combat ability, Prince Groose would outrank Helmeppo easily. Like, that's not even a question. But, like, in terms of, like, the grit and determination and, like, the struggle, I think Helmeppo went through way more than Prince Groose did. Yeah. Oh, he's always had green hair. It's just anime. Didn't he join the same time as Kobe? Yeah, he was in a classroom the same time Kobe was, and he is now a Rear Admiral, yeah. which is crazy. You could go from, but maybe it's because he's rich. Like, I think Kujaku was able to extend through the ranks so much because her grandmother is like one of the best Marines of all time. Might be a little bit of nepotism there. But also, like, Prince Groose, his family's super loaded, so maybe, like, the family gave yes, we will send a donation to promote our child. You know, maybe something like that. How old is he? I think he's in his early 20s. He's older than Kobe. I think he's, like, 23. He's 20... Oh, no, he's 29, actually. He's a lot older. Oh, yeah, that's the thing that doesn't make sense. I remember that scene where he was in the same classroom as Kobe, and he was wearing, like, a cadet uniform. But he was a cadet. He would have been a cadet 2 years ago. He would have been a cadet at age 27. So he wouldn't have joined the Marines until he was a little bit late joining the Marines. Kobe joined at, like, age 16. Helmeppo, how old was Helmeppo? Helmeppo was 20 when he joined. Kobe was 16, and Prince Groose was 27, I guess. And Kujaku is 26. We don't know when she joined. I imagine since she was a kid. Probably the same thing with, like, Garp wanting Luffy to join. She was trained to be a Marine, probably. Because Suru was her grandma. Maybe he was the donation. He's almost 30. Well, I mean, he ascended pretty quick through the ranks. Yeah. All right. Pudding. Pudding went up against the Fishman Pirates, went up against Arlong Scourge in the East Blue, and he tried to put an end to it. He was a little bit over-calculating, though. He was a little bit, like, maybe thought too much of his ability and didn't realize what the Fishmen, like, were, like, what they were actually, like, really capable of. Like, he was thinking, like, yes, we will, it's a two-step plan, men. Our phase 1, we defeat the Fishman Pirates. In phase 2, we save the civilians. And then Hachi just moves a rock and just destroys their ship with a maelstrom. But he did die trying to save people. He did die trying to save somebody. I mean, he did die. Like, that's, you know, that's he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor kind of thing. Like, that is kind of maybe, yeah. How did Pudding even become a Commodore? So, like, yeah, like we were talking about earlier, Commodore ranks are probably a little bit less significant in the 4 Blues, especially the East Blue, which is the weakest of the seas. So a Commodore rank there might only fly as, like a lieutenant, like a commander rank at HQ or something like that, probably. He had the right motives, and he died trying to save people. I can't put him in mediocre. He died trying to save people. I mean, he's doing his best. That's what the Marines are supposed to do. Try to save the innocents, even at the cost of your own life. Red King. The guy with the multiple chins. Let's see here. Higher up than Guillotine, not trying their best, not above average. I would put Red King. Is he higher or lower than Mozambique? Like, we'll use him as a measuring stick from now on. He's perfect, like true neutral, perfect average. Put him right before. Is he before or after Dalmatian? I'll put him right above Dalmatian. You're lucky, Red King. I'm putting you right above Dalmatian. He'd fought until a knockout, so give him that. All right, I'll give him that, but he also did get knocked out pretty quick. I'll put him in mediocre. Where is Kong? Kong's up here. He's trying his best. It's younger Kong. All right. Ripper! Ripper is the guy that took over Shelltown after Morgan was defeated and chained up. He's I think he is also the example of trying his best. Because he was literally put in a position of like, okay, you're the new commander of this base now, you know, and it's like, dude, well, actually, you know what? He might be mediocre. It's just that mediocre compared to Morgan, like you're going from like a shitty commanding officer to the most average commanding officer. Honestly, that probably seems like in comparison, he's the greatest CO that you've ever had in your life, you know? I think it's just in comparison to Morgan, everybody was probably like, man, this guy, Commander Ripper, he's really cool. He plugged the vending machine back in the cafeteria. Morgan didn't let us have Morgan didn't let us have coffee after 8 a.m. But Ripper lets us have coffee all day if we want. Like it's like, oh my god, he's the greatest commanding officer ever. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he also didn't give a shit about Luffy and Kobe being friends. He let them go. Yeah. Generic, lawful, good Marine. I think he did pretty good. I'll put him up higher. I'll put him above Red King. How about that? There you go. Ripper became a Marine. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here's the man of the hour. Sakazuki. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. Wow. There is not enough time in the week to go over everything this fucker has done. Oh, man. Well, let's start. Let's start somewhere. All right, everybody. Let's begin the trial of Sakazuki. Can we get some, I've never played Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright, but can we get some Phoenix Wright music in the background? I have no idea what this is even going to sound like. I've never played any music from that game. All right, I have no idea. Okay, what's a good Ace Attorney soundtrack? Somebody that's played the games, let me know. Give me the name of a soundtrack to play here. All right. He's a good Marine, though. Fuck you! He killed so many innocent civilians. He is not a good Marine, no. Yes, that's what the Marines stand for. Killing as many civilians as possible, as long as you complete your mission. That's what a good Marine does. No, fuck that. All right. Let's see what we got here. Pursuit. Okay. Getting a lot of those. Let's play that. All right. Here we go. Sakazuki! You bombed an entire ship of civilians leaving Ohara. Civilians that had nothing to do with the study of poneglyphs, even though studying poneglyphs shouldn't even be against the law to begin with. You killed so many people. You sought after killing also Robin as well. Yeah. At Marineford, you killed a member trying to flee so he could be with his family. You just killed him in the streets. That's pretty fucked up. I love... This is fucking badass. This is nice. Tried to kill Kobe. Please stop the war. We don't need any weakness. This is a man's Marines. Oh! All right. I'm gonna listen to that later. Holy shit, that was awesome. I'm gonna listen to that while I'm working out at the gym. That gets the blood pumping though. They gotta play that in every trial in the United States. Can we get some Phoenix Wright music on like Judge Judy or some shit? All right. He killed Ace. Yeah, he killed. All right, like okay, that one. I mean, that one I really don't want to give him too much shit for, because Ace is not like an innocent civilian, you know what I mean? Ace is a pirate. All right, the Marines fight pirates. Like, I'm not really going to shit on him too much for killing Ace. Like, you know, like that's what the Marines do, is they fight pirates. And Ace was like one of the highest commanders of Whitebeard's crew. I'm not saying Ace did anything horrible. He's like Luffy. definitely injured a lot of people. Like, there's a lot of people that are injured because of Luffy, right? Like, Luffy has indirectly, brutally maimed and killed a lot of people in this story. Same with Ace, probably. Same deal with him. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that, but like, you know, the innocent civilians at Ohara. There was a Marine that was leaving. He was like basically cowardly. He's like, I don't want to do this. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm leaving. I'm going to be with my family. And he's running away. And Akainu took time out of his schedule to go over to him and personally kill this Marine. He's like, get back to the battlefield right now. But I don't want to die. I want to be with my wife and my kids. And it's just like, too bad. Go back to the battle or you're dead. And he's like, I don't want to die. It's like, okay, well, you're dead. And then he just killed him right in the streets. Now, that's cowardly behavior. Do you deserve to just be judge, jury, and executioner and just die for it right in the streets? I'd say no. Court-martialed, maybe. Maybe, you know, dishonorably discharged or something, not just murdered. Took time out of his day to do that, too. They were supposed to be, like, they're in the middle of this huge battle at Marineford. He took time out of his day to be like, I'm going to go and kill this one Marine that's deserting. Oh, man. Yeah, Ace did choose that life. I mean, same with Luffy, too. I mean, this would be upsetting if Akainu killed Luffy. I mean, you could be upset because Luffy's the main character, but, like, you can't be like, why would Akainu do that? It's like, well, because he's fucking, he's an admiral. It's like, yeah. Oh, man. He did punch a hole through Whitebeard. Twice, I think, actually. 2 holes into Whitebeard. Yeah. Yeah, he is very much a judge, jury, and executioner guy all rolled into one. He's very much absolute justice. He's like, any Marine that refuses to fight, or not even refuse to fight, but any Marine that would oppose the fighting in any way. Even at the end, like, Kobe had a point at the end where it's like, dude, Whitebeard's dead. Ace is dead. So many of us have died. So many more are injured. Their side is devastated. Their side is injured. What the fuck are we still doing here? What are we still doing? And Akainu is just like, he wants to stop the fighting. He's trying to speak logic. You're fucking dead, kid. You know, like, that's what he's doing. Yeah. I would argue Green Bull's still worse. Yeah, I kind of would too, actually. I kind of would too. Oh, this is rough. Yeah. All right. Here we go. I'm going to do a poll. It is Akainu. It's an admiral. I'm going to do a poll here. Where do we put Sakazuki? I'm not even going to put mediocre because he's definitely not going to be in there. I think the only ones that he could really even qualify for are these 3 by the standards we've set so far. All right, here we go. Exactly, yeah. Trying his worst. Yeah, I think a solid argument could be made for Green Bull being worse. Akainu just has very high standards, and if you break them, he will kill you. Right? He's a very, I mean, his type of justice is thorough justice. So he is the dude. Very much like Onigumo. I mean, Onigumo is kind of the same ideal there, which, I mean, if we're going to put, well, we might have to readjust Onigumo too, depending, because Onigumo had the attitude of like, this Marine was like, hey, I don't want to kill our own men to kill one guy, and then he gets shot and killed. That's exactly what Akainu does. It's the same thing. Yeah, I think worst of all time is fair. I think I'm going to put him lower than Aramaki, though. he bows to the Gorosei begrudgingly, because, like, that's his... I think Akainu right now is real. I've said this before in videos. Like, he's really conflicted with his position, because he's basically the government's guard dog. You know, like, literally, when Kuma attacked Marijois, it wasn't the Gorosei that stopped him. It wasn't the God's Knights they sent out. They sent Akainu. The fleet admiral of the Marines was basically the guard dog for the front entrance of Pangaea Castle. And I think Sakazuki realizes that is... Kong didn't do anything. They got Sakazuki to do it. So it's like, wow. Like, that's where he stands right now. That is his position. It's very... It's a matchup between worst of all time and horrible. Man, wow. It's almost a three-way tie. Holy shit. No, you can't just do... Everyone's horrible a little bit in their own way. No, we're not doing that. Yeah, everybody's horrible and corrupt a little bit. Did I don't know, did Kobe murder an entire ship of innocent civilians? Did Belmir do that shit? Did Isho do that shit? Did Saul do that shit? No. Akainu did. Those were women, those were children, elderly people. They had nothing to do with the fucking scholars. They were just happened to live on the same island as them. That was their punishment. To die. Yeah. What was Smoker thinking attacking Ace and Alabasta knowing they needed permission? Oh, it's kind of the same thing like when Lucci attacked Luffy at Egghead. It's like, I'm fighting this guy now. Wait, you need permission. Yeah, but I'm fighting this guy now, right? Like, it's kind of like that. Dude is so polarizing. Look at this poll. This poll is like as three-way tie as you could basically get it. Worst of all time is winning out, but it's so damn close. Doberman was going to do the exact same thing as Akainu, but Dorian Broggy stopped his ship from attacking. Oh, you mean during Egghead. Well, the thing after Egghead, I think, kind of makes up for that a little bit. I mean, if there's a point in your life where... Dude, I'll be honest with you. Like, if there's a point in Akainu where he realizes, like, man, I've done some really fucked up things. Maybe I should turn over a new leaf. Maybe I should try doing things a little different next time. You know, like, if he had a moment like that, I'd be like, all right. I mean, that doesn't erase all the horrible things you did, but you're starting to come around. You know, it's kind of like Endeavor in My Hero Academia, you know, where after a while, like, he's a horrible person, but there is a point where he starts to realize he is a horrible person, and despite the fact that there's no way he's going to be able to, he's not going to be able to make up all the horrible things he did, but he's self-aware that he has a problem, and he's trying to be a better person. And a lot of people will not forgive him because of the horrible things he did, but at least he's, like, self-aware now, and he's like, yeah, I should probably try to be a better person from now on. It's hard, dude. But then again, I mean, he's a pirate. I mean, there's pirates out there in the world that are doing horrible things, and somebody said it earlier, it's nice to have somebody at the wheel that's, like, kind of a hard ass that kind of can put his foot down and be like, we're going to fight the goddamn pirates. You know what I mean? Like, it's that kind of guy that you sometimes, you know, like, I'm not even saying, like, it's necessarily a bad thing for him to be, like, that type of person to be the commander of the Marines in this era. Because, like, you kind of need somebody that's going to be able to stand up to, like, a Yonko threat. And you know, if he wasn't restricted by the Gorosei or, you know, like, the higher-ups in the government, you know he would be running things a little differently. He'd be probably waging more direct conflict between the Yonko, like Big Mom and Kaido and everybody. Yeah. But he's just, like, prevented from doing that from the bureaucratic red tape and all that shit. No, I don't know if I would say he has an ego problem. It's because I get the impression it's not really about him. He thinks what he's doing is the right path, 100%. He thinks that, like, this is the only way we're going to win. This is the only way this is going to be able to get done. Do you want a world with peace? Yes. Okay. Then a lot of people are going to have to die. Right? Like, you know, people are going to have to die. If the pirates need to be stopped, there's going to be people caught in the crossfire. And that's the way it has to be done. That is his logic in doing this, you know? You know, if like, hey, there's a Yonko attacking a village. This is our prime opportunity to surround the island and Buster call it, and we might be able to take out a Yonko. But, sir, a lot of people live on that island. Well, what's more important, an island of people or killing a Yonko? Be like, well, I'd rather we didn't kill the civilians. Yeah, well, I'd rather we wouldn't either, but this is what we have to, sacrifices need to be made. Buster call it. Click. And it's like, it's yeah. Some of you may die, but that's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the reality of the situation is you're not going to be able to fight pirates in the open sea with no civilians around sometimes. And I think Akainu realizes that, like, yeah, sometimes that's going to happen. Now, the thing that the hang up I have here is the whole deal with, like, the Oharans were not pirates. The government tells you, hey, it's illegal to study those rocks over there. You're not allowed to study them. Like, Saul was like, yeah, that doesn't sound right. I don't think you should die for studying rocks, right? Like, and Akainu was like, nope, the government said so. They die for studying the rocks. Let's do it. So he actually deferred more to the world government back. I think he deferred more to the WG back in the day, and now that he's the fleet admiral, he's kind of like seeing the bullshit firsthand, and he's like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, I see how this is now. Yeah. Akainu's got that dog in him, literally. Yeah. Yeah, lawful evil. Oh, yeah, lawful evil is the perfect way to put him. That's not even a question. He's 100% lawful evil. Yeah. 34, 33, 34. It's like body measurements. It's like Nami's measurements or some shit. Oh, man. Speaking of, I'm gonna break up the crazy morality discussion here really quick. I'm gonna check on something really quick. Give me a second. What is Nami's American measurements? Let's see. 34, 22, 34. There you go. 34 inches, 22, 34. There you go. All right. Well, there's something to to break up the discussions about morality. It keeps alternating, man. We can't decide on him. All right, fuck it. I know what I gotta do. I know what I gotta do to move on. Wait a minute. There we go. There we go. Now's the question of where we put him. Yeah, there we go. We literally cannot decide. I'll put him right between. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I'll do that. We literally can't decide, so like I gotta move on. It's been going for 3 hours already. You know, perfectly balanced as all things should be. I feel like he should be. Hold on, I feel like he should be red because he's a Kainu. So let me put him. Let's do that. We'll do that, and then we'll do. There we go. There we go. There we are. Let's do that. Oh man, we literally cannot decide. It is so damn close to call. Three-way tie. Jesus. Well, Akainu. I mean, I honestly, at this point, I mean, like, if there's anybody that deserves their own tier at this point, I think it's him. Yeah, where does he go to? Where does Akainu end up? I don't know. Akainu just drinks at home. He's just at home in his liquor cabinet drinking some just Jack Daniels. That's what he does. He doesn't go out. He doesn't go anywhere. He stays at home and drinks. Lights a cigar and yells at Hibari, "Dad, I want to go to the dance." "Not dressed like that, you are, young lady. You go back upstairs." Like that's the sitcom life of Hibari and Akainu. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll tell you that much. Akainu, when he does horrible things, he doesn't look happy, right? He doesn't laugh. He doesn't, like, maniacally laugh after shit is done. You know, he sees it as, like, this has to be done for the greater good type shit, right? I mean, he could be a real evil motherfucker, too. He could be like, yeah, attack the passenger ship. Boom, boom, boom. Ha, 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 ha. Yes, yes, justice will prevail. Ha, ha, ha. Like, he could literally be that guy. He's not that guy. Yeah. He never looks happy. He always looks pissed. I think the only time he looked happy is after he killed Ace, which is kind of like his job. Yeah. "Dad, I can't go to the dance in a Marine uniform." "You are going to be proud of your Navy heritage, young lady." Oh my God, the joke's right itself. All right. Well, we got to move on. We got to move on from the Akainu discussion. All right, we got Sengoku. Another fleet admiral, man. He's seen some shit. But he got out. He got out. He left. He retired. He saw enough shit. An entire war was fought under his tenure, and he's like, "Yeah, that's it. I'm done. I can't hold the torch anymore." You know what I mean? I've seen it. I'm done. I'm 79 years old. I am retiring. I can't really even retire properly because the government won't let me. So whatever. I'm an inspector general or whatever you want to call me. I would give me whatever honorary title you want. I'm technically still on the payroll, I guess. But that's the best retirement Sengoku's getting. You know what I mean? Yeah. He was the vice at. Okay, I'm gonna say that probably the thing with the baby murder, that was definitely an order from the higher ups. I don't think Sengoku came up with that on his own, but still, he was the fleet admiral under it. That is true. Probably just gonna put him in trying his best. Yeah. Probably put him right next to Kong, if we're being honest. Yeah. Sentomaru. Dude, Sentomaru, he chose to side with Vegapunk. You know what? Sentomaru, you get to go to the penthouse bar. You know, I think Sentomaru went through a lot of bullshit during Egghead. And keep in mind, it was his day off. It was his fucking day off. And he did all that stuff. He almost immediately sided with Vegapunk. Vegapunk had to, like, twist his arm a little bit. Like, who's the one that found you and rescued you from poverty? And you would just let me die? And he's like, "Okay, fine, Uncle Vegapunk, I'll help you. Yeah, all right." So he eventually did turn on Cypherpool. It didn't take him very much. He's like, "Are we going against the Marines?" "Yes." "I don't know about that." "Well, yeah, do you trust me or them?" "All right, yeah, I guess I trust you more." Yeah. Now, I think great Marine. I think he stood of his grounds and his morals, and he stood with Vegapunk there. God, can you imagine having your day off work and then you walk outside, get called into work, and you have to deal with Rob Lucci and Kaku's bullshit? Oh my God, that would suck. Oh, yeah, the praying mantis story. I feel so bad about that. I was a little kid. I was like 6 years old. I was a hot summer day. I was walking down the street. Big praying mantis, huge praying mantis was on the road. And I remember the road had just been paved. So the road I was walking on was like super like brand new like tar, like not pavement, but what's it called? I forget. But like, you know, like the it had just been paved, all right? So it just had this like black road, right? I was walking down. And then this big green dot I saw in the distance, right? Asphalt. That was it, asphalt. So I'm walking down the street, and I'm a little kid, like la-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da. And I look ahead of me, and I see this green dot in the middle of the road. And it's like a distance away, but I can still see it because it's, you know, such a big praying mantis. And I just remember looking at it like, what's that thing? And I start walking, and I start running. And then I get up right next to it, and I just kick it as hard as I can, and just kick this praying mantis as hard as I fucking can, and just, dude, when it hit, it made like a sound because this thing was huge. I just kicked it as hard as I could. It went flying. And you know, you might say that was mean, but I always like. Hey, I saved a lot of insects. That thing was like the colossal titan to every insect in around the yard. Okay? Every insect probably feared that fucking thing. Like, oh my god, this is like a kaiju. This is like Godzilla storming in and killing us. And then I showed up and just footballed the thing. Oh, yeah. Did he survive? I don't know. He might have. I don't know. He was a beefy praying mantis. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry I murdered a praying mantis when I was like 6. I'm sorry. I am the avatar to balance nature. Would have Aang been in the wrong if he killed Ozai? If he was the Colossal Titan, I guess I'm the Founding Titan in this context, sure. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, where were we? Sharinguru. Man, Sharinguru, he showed up in the anime. His devil fruit doesn't even appear in the anime. Yeah, he's pretty mediocre. Is he more or less mediocre than Mozambi? Yeah. I think anime Sharinguru, yeah, he only appears in like one panel. Yeah, he ranks lower. Yeah, definitely. Then we have Shu. Oh, Shu's good. You know what? I'm going to put Shu actually in above average. I'm putting Shu up here next to Bogard. Dude, Shu is a captain that has like the most devastating devil fruit ability for every swordsman. Everybody that uses any metal weapon that doesn't know hockey is getting wrecked by Shu. He one-shotted Zoro's like one of his best swords. Like that. Like that's how powerful Shu is. Shu should be like a rear admiral about now. Like, or a vice admiral even, I'd say. He is insanely good. Shu should be vice admiral, I think. It is kind of nuts, though, that they literally gave him, like, he shows up, destroys Zoro's swords, and he's gone. That's it. That's literally, like, Oda's like, yeah, this random Marine destroys one of Zoro's swords. Okay, that's it. Moving on. Moving on. I'm like, all right, damn. Smoker. All right, Smoker's pretty good. He didn't have enough authority at Alabasta to like let the people know that he was the one, and that he wasn't the one that defeated Crocodile. So they kind of gave him the credit for that, and he was really upset about it. So that's why he's like, oh, I got to get higher ranks to, you know, make a change. Not really the ultimate thing that was really going to do anything about it, but you know what I mean. Like he's trying. So I don't think he deserves Hall of Fame. But I think maybe next to Jonathan as a great Marine, I think Smoker actually fits really well. Yeah, Smoker goes in great. He's made mistakes for sure, but his heart is definitely in the right place. Like the scene with the little kid dropping the ice cream and he's like trying to help her. Like, dude, like at that point in the story, you got to admit, Smoker by Logtown is like the nicest Marine we've ever seen. Morgan was an asshole. Nezumi was an asshole. We didn't really get to see Pudding's like like a personality too much because he died like right away. But like yeah, Full Body was an asshole, right? Like there's so many asshole Marines in the East Blue, and then Smoker shows up as like, yeah, I'm fighting pirates. You guys burn towns down and like murder people, right? I'm gonna stop you. I'm not letting my town turn into like a lawless zone, right? But he's a good person, and he helps the people of the town. And unlike Shelltown, where people were terrified to even think about Morgan, like asking Morgan for help at the base, like, you know, if somebody got something stolen from them in Shellstown, like, well, go report it to the Marines. They'd be like, I don't know if I should. I don't want Morgan to be mad at me, right, kind of thing. But you could go, it feels like you go to Smoker and you could report anything, like, Mr. Smoker, Captain Smoker, there was a man that stole my purse. I was sitting down and have my afternoon tea. And he would probably be like, don't worry about it, ma'am. Everything will be taken care of. Just wait right here. Okay. And then he would just, here's your purse, ma'am. Oh, thank you, Captain Smoker. Here, have a candy. Thank you, ma'am. It's all in the day's work. Right? Like, like that's Smoker. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. Yeah. Isn't that Anchor Arms' backstory? Well, it's also Smoker's now. No, that was Onigumo you're thinking of. He's down in worst of all time. Doberman didn't do that. Then we have Stainless. Stainless is just, he's mediocre, but I'll put him higher up because he is I'll put him at the top of mediocre. Stainless is like very close. He's showed up enough times in the background, so I think he's almost on the cusp of being like a Marine Oda might actually do something with, but he's not quite there yet. He's not quite there yet. Yeah, he got his ass kicked by Crocodile. I mean, Crocodile's a strong guy, though. I mean, I'm not going to put him up there. I mean, John Giant got his ass kicked by Whitebeard, I think, or somebody equivalent. But you know, it's not about if they got defeated so quickly. It's about like their overall demeanor and attitude, you know? Yeah, it was by Whitebeard. I thought Whitebeard defeated John. Yeah. Strawberry. Okay, Strawberry is funny. Strawberry is funny because his whole thing is he has the super large forehead. And it was mentioned that the reason his forehead is so big is because, not that one. His head grows the sadder he is. The sadder he becomes, the larger his head grows. So he is a very sad lad. Yeah, we don't even have really a great picture of him with his head, like with his full head. Like, this is 15 years prior. This is when, like, during, like, Arlong and stuff. That's all we got there. He's kind of like Fuku Rokuju. Yeah, kind of. I think there's some kind of like Japanese proverb or like legend that like the angrier or more upset or sad you become or the more grief you suffer, your head grows or something. Because I think Fuku Rokuju has the same experience with the whole thing with Raizo and his sister. So, yeah. He has a 20-foot long head. I believe it. Yeah, how tall is Strawberry? Does it actually specify how big his head is? Hold on a minute here. Let me look this up. Strawberry. Nah, it doesn't say how tall he is. Pretty tall, though. I'm probably going to put him in the same category as Stainless, like right next to each other, probably. Yeah. All right, Tashigi. Tashigi's great. She's a genuinely good person. She helps Smoker out. Like, they're a great team together. They're fighting the pirates. They're doing what's right. helping the civilians. They help the kids at Punk Hazard. Tashigi especially was really great with the kids. You know, she really does embody more of what it, like she's getting stronger too. I mean, you got to get more strong. You got to get those ranks up. Her bra size increases every time she gets a rank in the Marines. That's something that tends to happen. Tashigi's really trying her best. Yeah. But, I mean, like, I would say, like, this is more trying their best in terms of, like, you know, like, these people all here are not weak. They're, like, morally kind of conflicted about what's going on. Yeah. I'd say she's next to Smoker. Like, these people up here, it's important to keep in mind, these people up here are the people that, like, you want to see heading up the organization, right? Corazon, Fujitora, Belmir, Saul, Dragon, Kobe, Jonathan, Smoker, Tashigi, Doberman, and Sentomaru, I think are, like, the right combination of people. Like, even Momonga, Hina, Dahl, they're all good Marines. And I think, genuinely speaking, if the Marines were led by them, like, things would be way, way, way better. And when I say led by, I mean, like, the Gorosei and the Celestial Dragons are out of the picture. After all that's taken care of, these are the people that rule the Marines. Like, obviously, Corazon's dead. Belmir's dead, too. But, like, you know what I mean. Yeah. Oh, here we go. All right, this is probably the easiest pick in the entire damn list, and I'm putting him at the top of Hall of Fame, if that's okay with all of you. I don't think I'll have any contention with this one. T-Bone is the most lawful, good, paladin, nice guy Marine you could possibly ever want to serve under. He's a dude that will gladly rip off part of his own outfit to help you if you are injured. He's a man that'll take a bullet for you. He's a man that will die for you. He's a man that will, you know, just throw his life away to defend a bunch of strangers he doesn't even know about. He's a man that will give his own life if another person can, you know, feed his family. You know what I mean? Like, that's T-Bone, man. Travis D. Boner. Wait, do I still have the, hold on. Do I still have the funeral thing? Hold on. Where is it? No, not that. Hold up. Come on, please tell me I wouldn't have gotten rid of, oh, there it is. Yeah, I would never have gotten rid of that. Travis, let's go full screen for this. Travis D. Boner. He died so others may live. We miss you, Travis. We miss you, Travis, every single day. You're a good man. You're a good man, Travis. Good man. We love you. We love you so much. He should be, yeah, another contender for a thumbnail for sure. I might change the thumbnail, actually, after this. Put him up there. Absolutely. Positively. Glorious man. Part of me wonders if he faked his death. I hope he didn't. I'd like to see him again, but if he did die, I'd get it. It's also like the perfect symbolism in the story where we're entering the final saga and immediately T-Bone dies, who is easily the most lawful good and kind-hearted person that cared for, like, genuine, like, humanitarian and, like, altruism and caring for one another and being, like, he's like, I will save them all, you know, like, literally paladin-esque values and virtues and stuff. That is the dude that dies right at the beginning of, like, the final saga, right? That basically shows you there is no more place, there's no room in this, in these factions, in this battle that is going to ensue for someone that righteous, for someone that good, all right? Everything from here on out, it's going to be like every side is going to be corrupt in some way, kind of, you know? Oh. Sorry, we added so many people that the Hall of Fame tier got obscured. Sorry about that. Yeah, narratively, very, very good. All right. So, we only got one row left. We got Kuro Uma. We got, oh, what's his name? Tensho? Something like that? Tensei. It's Tensei, yeah. So he is, the leader of the inspectors of the Marines. He's like internal affairs, basically. The Marines investigation division. Like, if something's... I'll just put him up here for right now so you can see him. So he's the guy that's going to, like, hey, if something's going on in the Marines that needs looked into, he's the dude that heads that up. And he's probably a rank that's... It's like inspector chief or whatever, but, like, he has a rank that's comparable to a vice admiral because he has the same naming scheme as a vice admiral. Black Horse is his name. So, yeah, it's probably like an equivalent rank kind of thing. Yeah, he's not doing a good job then. It's just, yeah, that's true. So maybe trying his best. Maybe just trying his best. I'll put him down a little lower. He was just introduced recently. Like, we don't really know much about how the investigation detective agency of, like, the Marines actually works. We didn't even know they had one, honestly. So a little bit more to learn about him, but, like, yeah. Yeah. He is not doing his job. No, I don't think it's like, well, military police, it's probably similar. It's just he's specifically for investigations and detective work. Like, that's what he kind of does. All right. Chaton. Chaton is the same with Gion. He was added via a, what's it called? The SBS thing, like a, fans created, like, oh, is Pink Rabbit and Brown Pig also the new admirals? And it was Green Bull, and it was, Wisteria Tiger, or Purple Tiger for Fujitora, right? So Oda was like, no, it's not them, but I'll design them anyway, and there you go, right? And oh, by the way, little fun fact is Chaton is really is crushing on Gion, but she keeps, like, rebuking him, which, I mean, I'm sorry, dude, a little bit out of your league there on that one. I'm sorry. But who knows? Yeah. But Chaton seems like a cool dude. I mean, there's nothing wrong about him. And also, they're all based off of, same thing with the Admirals, they're all based off of famous actors from Japanese cinema from, like, the 50s and, like, the 60s and stuff. Same thing with the Admirals. As anybody that has a code name like Blue Pheasant, Yellow Monkey, Black Horse, Pink Rabbit, Brown Pig, they all are, like, designed after Japanese actors. Yeah, Zodiacs as well. Yeah, but that also includes, like, oh, who am I saying? Like, Dragon might have been the dragon in the Marines. You know what I mean? Like, that might actually be the reference there. Smoker's probably going to be the snake, because he's, he has an attack called White Snake. So at the end of the story, at some point, there's going to be a Marine that's going to be like the Admirals are going to be like White Snake, like Shiro Hebi. That'll be Smoker's code name probably when he gets to that point. Sengoku could have been the gray goat because he has a little goat. Yeah. Bah. So that's going to be a reference there. Okay, who's next? Oh, man. Oh, this is Tosa. Vice Admiral Beardsley. All right, now this guy, okay, this guy did shit. This guy was not like Guillotine and Hound. This guy did shit. But did he do enough? He had that ability with the Rokushiki with the Tekai. He combined Tekai with Haki to make the Tosa crunch. Like rip things apart with his arms. I'm thinking he might actually... I think he did enough stuff that he might be promoted up to above average alongside Bluegrass and Doll. If I'm putting it up here, I'd put him up there, maybe there or next to Pomsky down and doing their best, but I think he's probably in the same category, because I remember him doing quite a bit of things. Nah, I don't think Red King did more. Okay. Osuru. The great tactician of the Marines. Now, she has a cool devil fruit ability. She can, like, literally wash out the evil of people. Yeah, he got one big panel. That's more panels than Red King got. I think Dull got a big panel. I remember Bluegrass getting a big panel. Tosa got a big panel. Now, I can't really think of a lot of... I think out of all of the ones that are, like, super morally ambiguous, her ability literally allows her to, like, remove the evil from pirates. So, in terms of, like, rehabilitation and shit, she's definitely for that. Even Doflamingo was afraid of her, for God's sakes. Because they know how terrifying her ability is. Oda even said, like, a lot of pirates are afraid of her because they know if they get caught by her, she can literally, like, remove their, like, evil hearts. How come Dofi feared Suru the most? I think it's a combination, and it's one of my favorite scenes in One Piece. It's when Suru is talking to Doflamingo on the prisoner ship. I would love to pull up that scene right now, because it really is one of my favorite scenes in the story. And Doflamingo's giving his regular rigmarole about, like, yes, Fujitora was an idiot, Suru. If we joined together, then we could have defeated those Straw Hats. He's such a fool. He's an idiot. Ha ha ha, I could have won. I could have ruled. And then Suru is just like, shut the fuck up. You couldn't have ruled shit. You're over there whining because, like, oh, if things were different, then they wouldn't be the same. Yeah, no, well, no, duh. Okay, well, that's not the way things went. You lost, and now you got to live with it. And Doflamingo is like, oh, man, you are spicy. How can I best you? You know what I mean? Like, it's because Suru is, like, his foil. All right, it's like Batman and Joker type shit, right? Like, it really is kind of like Batman and Joker type shit. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, T-Bone definitely got panels when he fought against Zoro. Yeah. His bonsoir. Yeah, she was part of the old guard. Literally takes evil pirates to the cleaners. I'm gonna put her up there as one of the greats, honestly. I think that's fair. Tactician, too. She's like the greatest tactician in the Marines. And she is probably better at dealing with people of, like, not so much of, like, direct attack, but, like, let's try to, like, route them. You know what I mean? Let's try to take them out a different way, or, like, overwhelm them with our size advantage or something like that. That's the kind of person. Very level-headed, very smart. Also, probably same deal with Garp. She could have probably been an admiral at some point, because just, like, she's been in the Marines for, like, 60 years, right? Like, in her prime, she probably was a force to be reckoned with, and she might have been able to be an admiral, but maybe she turned that down, too. We don't know that for certain. That's more of just headcanon shit, but yeah. I'd say she did rank higher than Sengoku. She chose not to be the fleet admiral. If she did get promoted. I mean, she's definitely on the list for that. I mean, come on now. I mean, it was her, Garp, and Sengoku that all joined at the same time and are like the legends of the Marines. I think we do. I think we know enough. Tactician, from what we saw of how she acted at Dressrosa, she seemed very kindly. In general, her crew seem to behave like they're not like just warmongering kind of Marines. Yeah. Yeah, I'm realizing that too. I just thought about that as well. If her ability is so good and she can, like, remove the evil hearts of Marines, why isn't, I mean, well, she could do that too. Remove the evil hearts of pirates. Why isn't, like, every pirate that gets captured at Impel Down, why don't she just, like, go to Impel Down or use their abilities there? That actually is, I mean, that's one of those things in the story that, like, oops, I mean, maybe it's not temporary, but it seems to kind of be. They seem to imply that it is. Who's next? Okay, this is more of like a joke entry, but it's Ukari. Ukari is the, like, seaman recruit that was being oppressed at Shellstown by Morgan. I don't know why I put him in here. I just thought it would be funny. Let's put him in the Akainu tier. No, he's mediocre. But But, you know, he's a brand new Marine. He's probably at least, like, he might be a petty officer by now. I don't know if he's a commissioned officer yet, but maybe he's a petty officer by now. Yeah, it also might be like there's people that are just so evil. Like, think about it. Like, there's clothing that might be so dirty you can't clean it. You know, there's clothing that's been soaked in so much dirt. Well, no, that's bullshit. I've seen those videos of people cleaning carpets. They could take a carpet that looks completely destroyed and they can revive it. Okay, who's next up? Urban. Urban has the cannon fruit. It's the ability to make anything he wants cannon. And he's going to use it on Jonathan to make him cannon. No. He can turn his head into a cannon. He turns his hat into a cannon. That's what he does. What did he do? Did he do anything impressive at Egghead? Some of them did, and some of them didn't. Let's see. Urban and Dahl felt the presence of Saturn arriving on the island. I don't think he did much of anything. I think he was just kind of like fighting the pacifistas just generically. I don't think he did anything really all that impressive. Nothing to warrant like a Medal of Honor or anything. I'm going to put him, I'll put him in mediocre, but I'm going to put him like, I'm going to put him below Red King. I'll put him here in between Dalmatian and Comil. That's fine. Like, yeah, he just probably was there. He didn't really do it. He wasn't like cowardly. There's nothing outwardly like guillotine that like screams that he was cowardly or something. But he also didn't do much. All right. Now we have Vegapunk, because Vegapunk is also a member of the Marine Scientists, right? Sorry, I'm trying to get all of there we go. That's good enough there. Okay, Vegapunk. Now, this is actually a big point of contention for a lot of characters. Like, Dragon brings it up. Clover goes to talk to him at Punk Hazard. Like, please, Vegapunk, please, you know, help me or stop working for the government. How could you work for the government and do all these horrible things? He literally made an army of robot soldiers, and he thought that they were going to be soldiers of peace. Like, yes, Quasar, he's extraordinarily short-sighted with this. Okay? He really is, like, what's the best word for it? There's a word for you just don't have hindsight and how evil people can really be. I'm going to build this thing, and no one's going to use it for evil. Not gullible. It's, what's the word? Oblivious. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I just had a brain fart there. Yeah, it's oblivious. Very oblivious to the things that he invents. Because he just wants to invent. And we see this when he's even talking about it in his message. He says, you know, I don't think of things in good and evil. I just think of science. You know, I think of something, I want to invent it. And, you know, whatever happens after that is kind of like up to the people of how they use it kind of thing, right? Naive and oblivious. Yeah, I'd see both of those. Science isn't inherently evil. It just comes down to how it's used. Professor Hubert J. Farnsworth. What happened to the chapter streams? I'm not really doing them much anymore. I kind of switched to the old format of after the chapter, I make like 1 or 2 follow-up videos instead. I think that just works more conducively to me. Yeah, kind of like Oppenheimer. Yeah, that's the reference. Like, I'm pretty sure Oppenheimer, you know, felt a lot of that. Well, there's the Destroyer of Worlds speeches. You know, like, now I have become Destroyer of Worlds. That's kind of how Vegapunk probably feels right now too. Because, like, you think about it, like, I'm going to invent an energy source that will be used for people all over the planet. Like, that's good. Like, that's good. You know, it solves the energy crisis. But you know there's going to be some evil fucking people that are going to be like, oh, we're going to use that energy to make a big-ass bomb to throw at this other country. Vegapunk's like, no, that's not what I meant. Why would you do that? You know, 'cause we can. It's like, yeah. Vegapunk is the definition of trying his best. Yeah, and for that, I will put him at the top of trying his best. Yeah, the embodiment of too occupied whether he could and not if he should have. What was he supposed to do? Not invent an army of Terminators? I mean, come on, man. They're an army of Terminators. If you had a button in front of you right now, and if you press that button, an army of Terminators exist, would you not be pressing that button? I mean, really. War is the biggest catalyst for scientific growth. Isn't that the truth? And isn't it so sad that that's the truth? All right, Virgo. Oh, yeah, he was pretty shitty. What was the worst thing Virgo did? Hold on. Was Virgo racist, or did he shoot his own companions in the face? Did he make a gas weapon to blow up an island? Did he take kickback money from a pirate that was enslaving an entire like island of people for like 10 years? Let's see. Yeah, kidnapping children. Yeah, he was part of that. Yeah. Betrayed his men. I don't know if did he straight up murder any of his men? Oh, he's going in worse. Don't worry about it. I'm just going through all the shit that he did. He was a very kind Marine, but he was doing really fucked up things behind the scenes. That's kind of the whole point. Yeah, I don't know if he was directly involved in like the kidnapping. I mean, he knew it was going on, but his role in that plan was to stay at G5 and just kind of like shred the reports. That was his plan. So he knew it was happening, and he was cool with it. He was obviously okay with it because he was working for Doflamingo. Yeah, he's pretty bad. I mean, he's an official Marine. I mean, he passed the exam. He got the test. He's an official ranked Marine. Very good. Very good is all right. Very good is just okay. I think he ranks higher than a Mozambi. I'll put him here. Put him above Ripper. Drake. All right. Now, Drake is the undercover operative. He's not the best undercover operative, but he is an undercover operative. He's trying to do the good thing. He's trying to fight the good fight in Sword. He's trying to take out the Yonko crews. He's made some dumbass decisions, that's for sure. I'm thinking above average for Drake. But like kind of like I'll put him with the rest of the Sword members here. Could do that. I think above average for Drake. I think he's doing more than trying his best here. He realizes like, hey, I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to pretend to be a traitor, go undercover, try to take out the Yonko from within. I mean, that's a pretty noble thing to do. If you're found out, you're just dead. You know, if he was found out earlier, King or Queen or Jack would have just murked him. You know, so like, he's doing good. He might have been able to fight Jack. Drake versus Jack. I think Drake probably would have had a solid chance of beating his ass there. Queen and King probably would have dominated him. Yeah, he's back with Sword now. He's in the hospital. I'm going to do a video on where all the supernovas are at right now. I was actually going to either do that today or this. I decided to do this, but I will be. There's a supernova video coming out soon. All right. Yamakaji. You know what fucking bugs me about Yamakaji? He was the dude at Amazon Lily. So when Kobe and everybody was at Amazon Lily, right? He was the one that's like, oh, Blackbeard is here. We can't attack because we need to get permission from the higher ups, and we can't do that. And then Kobe is like, but we have to save them. And then he went. And then Yamakaji's like, wait, don't. He's like, well, no, Kobe's part of Sword. He's like, oh, okay, I don't give a shit then. Yeah. So Yamakaji's kind of a dick. Kind of horrible. But the impression I did get from him, though, is just like, how to put this? Okay. He's a Marine that follows the handbook 100%. You know how we talked about Smoker attacking Ace? He's like, oh, okay, I know I don't have permission, but I'm going to do it anyway because he's a pirate and this is what we do. Yamakaji is the one that's like, whoa, wait. Chapter 4 Subsection 3 of the Marine Handbook clearly states that in order to engage any Yonko crew, we need to follow the procedure and contact HQ and then wait for a decision from a higher-ranked officer. Meanwhile, people are getting killed. Meanwhile, people are being, like, kidnapped. We got to make a call first, and we got to follow procedure. He's that Marine. He's that kind of Marine. He's a nerd! Nerd. You damn nerd. I'm putting him mediocre, but I'm putting him below Hikari. You know what? I'm putting Hikari up higher. You know? Hound didn't do shit. Guillotine was a coward, and Yamakaji was like, guys, we gotta follow the rules. Sir, civilians are being killed. Yeah, but the rule book. I don't want to get in trouble, guys. The rule book. Yes. All right, we only got 3 left. 3 Marines left. Yarasugi. All right, Yarasugi, asshole Marine at G5. He's kind of like alongside Virgo. Except I think Yarasugi wasn't part of the whole plot. He wasn't working for Dofi or anything. He wasn't working for any of them. He was just kind of an asshole Marine at G5 that's like, oh my God, you're asking us about your missing kids again? We've been over this. I covered this with Vice Admiral Virgo. He said over and over, we haven't heard any reports about it, so get the fuck out of here. We're tired of dealing with this shit. We have other stuff to do. So, like, he's, like, kind of in the same category as Morgan, but he's not, like, working for Doflamingo. Yeah. Yeah, he almost did kill Caribou. That is true. That is true. But, like, yeah, I think he fits squarely next to Morgan there. I think him and Morgan are in the dive bar right now having a drink or playing some pool on a table where the felt is all ripped. And, the pole cues are like 30 years old and are all like kind of bent and not working too well. But that's where they're at right now in the dive bar. The salty spittoon. We got Vice Admiral Draw. We got Morgan. We got Yarasugi. We got Barrels. We got Kadar or Kadar. And then we got Radin. There we go. There's all of them. Then we have Zephyr. Z, back in his Marine days. All right. Zephyr. He was a good Marine, trained up a lot of other really good Marines. Had a family. Then his family got killed by pirates. And then he got his arm ripped off by pirates. Then he got a cool mechanical arm, so that was cool. And then he tried to destroy the world. Tried to basically set off a nuke, like a world-destroying nuclear weapon. He was collecting, like, those Dynastone things. Trying to blow everything up, so that's not cool. Yeah, but, mediocre. Just mediocre, then. That balances everything out. Yeah, we're definitely ranking everybody on as they are. Like, we're not just ranking him on as he was during the Marines. We're ranking him on how he is now. Yeah, so he's not good. He's not a good person. Solid tried his best. You feel for him. By the end of it, you do feel for him. I mean, the dude went through, like, the worst slog of, like, every tragic backstory you can fucking imagine. You know what I mean? Like, he went through a lot. Nah, he's definitely trying his best. I'll put him in with the rest. Man, that gives you a good idea for the Marines when we look at this category. Garp, Kizaru, Kuzan, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Kong. All in this row here. Oh, man. He sounds like a Akainu tier. Do we put him in the Akainu tier? I mean, he's just from a movie, so we don't know him as much as we know Akainu. They had to kind of compress his entire backstory into a movie, and probably like a little pamphlet kind of thing they give off in the movies. They do those too. Yeah, he did have a good ending. Like, the ending was, yeah, I admit that. That was a good part of the movie. I maybe keep him in the, I don't know. Actually, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll for this one. We're almost done. We only have Zoto. Actually, you know what? Before we do the poll for him, I'll just rank Zoto really quick. Zoto is just, I put him on here because I like his hat. He's a very cowardly Marine, though. He was like at Impel Down, and they were like, we're going to go capture Straw Hat Luffy. And he's like, oh, okay, I guess, sure. He's just mediocre. I'll put him like around Ukari level, like right slightly above Guillotine. All right, there we go. He was a great Marine in the beginning, but we're not ranking him just on the beginning. We're ranking him for everything they did. We're not just ranking Garp for in his 20s. We're doing everything. And he has cool glasses, too. Yeah, that is true. That is true. All right. So let's rank Zephyr here. Yeah, we're gonna go through all that in a second here, where everybody's drinking at. I'm also gonna go through every super chat in case I missed any. Poll. Doing a poll. All right. Where does Z go? Hall of Fame? I don't think he's going in Hall of Fame. Horrible. Trying his best. Akainu. I think he just needs Og. I'll give it to you. Do you think it would have been possible? Do you think at the point in the movie he was too far gone? Because like at the end it was different when he was like about to die. But like, do you think like at a certain point you could have maybe reasoned with him? Because he was kind of going full on with the Neo Marines, and he had all of his like Ein and Bins working for him, and then he had all of the Pacifistas marching, and he was collecting the stones. I mean, he was committed to the plan, you know? I don't think he was able. Yeah, like I said, Karasu. I think he was kind of far gone at that point. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it was. But like, yeah, Luffy beat the snot out of him, and then he died. Essentially, he died shortly after. But it was like at that point he was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't try to commit a genocide. You know, like yeah, at that point when you're at like you got completely Luffy punched into the ground. At that point, you have a different opinion on things, maybe. But I think you're too far gone at that point. World destruction is not trying his best. Yeah, you got a point. That is pretty... Like, I'm trying to think of the logic here, because, like, a dude tries to blow up the world, and then on his deathbed, basically, he's like, man, I probably shouldn't have tried to do that. I actually feel regrets a little bit there. Sorry. I don't think that makes it okay. Like, you know, like, that's pretty fucked up. Yeah, no. He had to. No, look, he had a good idea when he's like, screw the Marines. I'm going to start my own Marines with blackjack and hookers. That maybe not necessarily a bad thing, but the direction he took with it. No. I mean, the Dino Stones aren't canon because, like, it's a plot device for a movie. They needed a way to blow up the world that didn't involve the ancient weapons, so they just invented the fucking Dino Stones. But, like, in the context of the movie, yeah. Again, that's pretty much a Akainu. Yeah, okay. See, I don't know if it is like a Akainu, though. Because here's the thing. Zephyr went through a lot of shit in his life, and honestly, probably Akainu did too. I'm sure Akainu's backstory is probably going to be very similar to Z's. Let me ask you a serious question. And I want you to think about this for a moment, right? Because I know the immediate answer, I know what the immediate answer is going to be, but I want people to like think about it for a second, all right? If Akainu had a button in front of him to blow up the world, to end all pirates and every other person, would he do it? I know immediately you want to say, oh, of course he'd be pushing that button. I don't know. I don't think he would. I don't think he would. I don't think he'd immediately be like pushing the button like crazy. Like, no. No. I don't think he would. Because he has people he cares about. He has his daughter, probably. He cared about Kizaru. You know, like he's like they had like a little bit of a camaraderie thing going on there. No. No, I don't think he would. I don't think he would. I think ultimately Akainu wants a peaceful world. And even if he realizes he doesn't belong in that peaceful world, like if everybody's happy and there's no pirates and the world is like all singing Kumbaya and is like, oh, we're awesome, thank you, Marines, Akainu knows that's not the world that he belongs in. He belongs on the battlefield. He's like George Patton in World War II, dude. He's like only happy when he's in the thick of it. Only happy when he's fighting pirates. He actually hates this desk job he has right now as the fleet admiral. That's him to a T. But, yeah. But I think Akainu would be like, you know, if I could get to the point where the world is safe and there's no more pirates and everything is good, then I can die and just let them have it after that. You know what I mean? Like, I did my job kind of thing. And it was a shitty job, and it was a dirty job, but somebody had to do it, and that was me, right? Probably went a little bit overboard at times. Definitely went overboard at times. But that's probably how Akainu would justify it. Oh, definitely. Now, Akainu wouldn't press the button right away. He would keep that shit, though. You know he would. Zephyr was trying to actively blow up the world. Didn't Zephyr steal the stones from the Marines? Yeah, he did. Well, yeah, they were on an island that the Marines were on. So, yeah, like, I think that, weren't they scattered? It's been a while since I've watched Film Z. Weren't they, like, scattered all over the world? That was, like, kind of the whole point. Okay, here's what Akainu would do. I'll tell you what he would probably do. He'd keep the button. He wouldn't press it. If shit got so bad, like the Yonko were actually taking over, like the Marines were looking like they were going to lose, and Blackbeard was like dominating the world, and like Marie Joie was looking like it was going to fall, and everything was in flames, Akainu would press the button. That's the point he would do it. He's like, I'm not letting the pirates take it. I'm not letting them take over the world. Fuck it. We're all dying. That's the point he would press the button. Garp tried his best at trying to kill his grandson. He didn't try to kill Luffy. That's going a little bit too far, but yeah. Listen, he just beat him up, threw him into a jungle, tied him to some balloons, and threw him into the sky. You know, typical stuff that a grandfather does with his grandkid. You know, it's fine. Yeah, he wouldn't tell anybody about the button either. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the Marines do have some kind of like Hail Mary pass, like Godzilla protocol type shit, where it's like, well, the Marines are done for and the pirates are taking over. Well, there's one last thing. Detonate the nuke inside of the red line, you know, like, or something, some shit like that. What if I just spam? Then I ban you for 30 minutes. There you go. And we're going to be ending the stream within that anyway, so don't spam. You know, I could see some similarities. I'll keep him in the Akainu tier. I think that's probably the best place for him. I think him and Akainu have... I think they're similar viewpoints more so than like Aramaki. But he wanted to go really overboard with it. He also kind of gives me the impression of somebody that's like literally lost their mind. Like who literally has the idea that like, I'm going to blow up the planet, right? Like, at a certain point, you are, I mean, like, to even, like, seriously go forward with that plan, you have to have a few screws loose. You know what I mean? Is the stream ending? Yeah, probably pretty soon. I'm going to go through some super chats here. Marines are so lame. Well, let's go through the, okay, so the context of this is, depending on the level they're in, the tier that they're in like, some kind of vacation resort. So the worst of all time are in, like, a Motel 6, a crack den with rats and peeling wallpaper and very dirty bed bug infested sheets. All right, and that's where they're hanging out. There's like gunshots every time you open the back door. Like there's like bullet holes in like every wall. You know, they go in the bathroom to turn on the shower, and it just comes out like brrr, vibrates for a bit, and then just gunk comes out. Right. That's their situation. That's their living situation. And we got Aramaki, Onigumo, Caesar, Virgo, and Nezumi hanging out there. Then the Akainu tier. This is the Akainu tier. Akainu is drinking alone in his house. Zephyr comes over, and they're just two old dudes hanging out in Akainu's man cave, talking about some shit that, like, would probably get them canceled. Like, to be honest with, like, some shit in their basement and just being like, dude, I'm telling you what, sometimes I think blowing up the earth. Yeah, you know, like, you got to keep that on the table sometimes. It's just like, that's like that type of shit, right? And then horrible Marines are at the Salty Spittoon at like a really, really shitty dive bar kind of place, like a biker bar kind of thing. Then the mediocre Marines are like hanging out at like a chain restaurant, like a Taco Bell or a McDonald's or a Burger King. You know what I mean? They're hanging. It's like a school bus that rolls up to the McDonald's, and it's filled with all of these characters. Okay, everybody, you get one free meal at McDonald's. You did so good. You got mediocre. It's like, yeah. They're trying their best. That's like a little bit of a top tier, not top tier certainly, but a better tier, like a Chili's. Yeah, they get to go to a Chili's. They get to go to an Outback Steakhouse or like a nice Mexican restaurant or like a hibachi Japanese place or, you know, something like that. They go to a nice restaurant that's still like affordable, okay? You know, it's not some crazy Michelin star stuff, all right? Above average Marines, they're going to the nice Michelin star restaurant. You need to call ahead to get a reservation. That's like their company party that they reserved it to go and have that place for the night. You know, that's where they're hanging out. Really good food, really good bar. Great Marines, they are in a penthouse suite on top of like a hotel. We're talking about the place that like rich CEOs go and like, you know, world leaders and like presidents hang out and like swirl their wine and things like that and like kind of hang out. There's a world-class pianist, you know, playing the piano, you know, like Bach and stuff in the background. Everybody's wearing super fancy things to even get into this place. There's a strict dress code. Then at the very top, we just have this ridiculous golden diamond castle where we have like a bunch of people that are just like the most comfortable luxury that you could possibly imagine, right? And then we have T-Bone, Roshinate, Fujitora, Belmir, Sol, and Dragon. There's like an indoor water park. There's a sauna. There's a giant TV to play Switch. You know, the best drinks in the world. You know, that's where they're hanging out, right? You know, California king-size beds. You know, double like United States size bed for Saul, and you know, like that's that place. Yeah, yep. Hibari goes to hibachi. Yeah, exactly. Hibari at hibachi. There you go. There's a really nice hibachi place where I live at. I love going there. I actually ordered out there the other day, but like special occasions we'll do hibachi. Yeah. Yeah, Kong is here. He's just not the image that you would think of. All right. Well, let's go through the super chats here. I think this was a good stream. How long is this? 5 hours already? No, 4 hours and 13 minutes. All right, feels like longer. Damn. But no, I'm glad we did this. This was fun. This was really fun. I'm not going to probably be able to make a video tomorrow. I'm actually going to see a well, not going to see it in person, but one of my friends' friends is from England, and they're a big fan of like football, like, you know. And there's a West Ham Newcastle game tomorrow. And my friends are like getting together and doing a party and gonna watch this soccer game. And I've never actually sat down and watched a soccer game. We didn't get an opportunity to when we went to London. So my friend invited me, and I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, okay, I'll go watch a soccer match, ball game thing. So that'll be fun. Yeah. So probably not gonna do a video tomorrow. But I'm glad I got this done today. All right, let's see what we got here. Fan funding. Was this tier list in the definition of good by Marines or One Piece fans, the pirates or the actual Marines? The idea is there's an ideal that the Marines exist by, and the world government doesn't abide by that. That's just like a veneer. That's just like a title of just like, the Marines are justice. But in reality, we've seen how corrupt the Marines can get. A big chunk of it is because of the world government. Some Marines are just assholes. This is me trying to live up to that standard of what a good Marine is, and I think these Marines at the top are genuinely bought into that standard. Like, they do want to be the best they can be to save the world, to help people that really need it. That's what being a good Marine is, or the best Marine is, in my opinion. All Hunt Grout deserves to be there. Yeah, I didn't include him. Sorry. From the Marine filler. Chapter live streams. Yeah, I don't really do those much anymore. Kind of do the follow-up vids instead like I used to. Maybe I'll switch back to doing them again. I don't know. We'll see. Stay tuned. What was Smoker thinking of attacking? Oh, yeah, we went over that. Yeah, he was going against the rules, but, you know, that is Smoker. He's a little bit impulsive. Do you think Dragon and Akainu have a history? They're the same age? Yeah, I mean, a lot of the admirals are all around their mid-50s. Dragon would probably be an admiral if he was still working for the Marines, but he decided to leave. Probably did know Akainu and Kizaru. Aokiji's a little younger, but probably knew him too. And Fujitora and Aramaki didn't join yet. But yeah, like Suru and everybody, he probably knew about the old guard pretty well. Can you throw one up and catch it? Oh, mozzarella balls? Cheese balls? Hold on, try. I did it! Holy shit! There we go. Oh, the Fable references in Elbaf. Yeah, I talked about that. I just wanted to say Kujaku is pretty nice. Kujaku's cool. T-Bone for the Hall of Fame. He made it. Yeah, the fan letter Marines probably would be in probably above average. Yeah, the ranking of the admirals, thanks for the 20. I would probably, like I said, put Fujitora at the weakest in terms of power. I would go Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Green Bull, then Fujitora, probably, in terms of battle power. Fujitora is strong. It's just that not having a Logia, like, he can't turn intangible, which is like a really big advantage. Oh, yeah, Avatar, the new series, Seven Havens. We don't know yet much more about it. There was a reveal of the new Avatar, but I don't know if it was, like, a fan drawing. Let me know about that if that was real. There was, like, a fan drawing of, like, a girl that was an earthbender that had, like, a prosthetic leg, and, like, her older brother was, like, her trainer, or, like, her teacher. But I didn't see that, like, on the official wiki, so I don't know if that's, like, a real thing or just somebody drew, or if it was just mentioned but not, like, shown their designs yet. I'm not really sure about that, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm rewatching Avatar right now. What the hell is Shanks doing in Tekking's room? I don't know. Is he around? Is he invisible? Let's see. Yeah, I'm ranking them on morality, not by world government standpoints, by, like, the morality of what, like, the Marines are standing for. Like, let me put it this way. I'm sure whenever the Marines join, they are given a handbook, and in the cover, like, the first page of that handbook is probably some creed. Probably some, like, morality about, like, you are a Marine, you protect the downtrodden, you save the world from pirates. And yeah, we all know that that's a lot of that is more complicated and more gray than black and white. But there's Marines that genuinely are upholding that cause, and that's what I was ranking them for, yes. Sharin Guru is S tier. Sorry, there's no S tier, so he's just going to have to settle for mediocre. What faction would you join? Oh, yeah, I don't think I ever answered that. Oh, no, I think I would just say I'd be an explorer or a baker. I don't think I'd want to be really involved in the action because I don't want to die immediately. My least favorite Marine, yeah, probably Nezumi. Okay, answered that one. Whitebeard stash. Yeah, I think we're coming up back to the ones we already have here. Give Bellamere a Purple Heart. I agree. Borderline Hall of Fame, Corazon. Yeah, I decided to put both of them in there. This is the beginning of the stream. But yeah, thanks for the 100. Smokey. And I answered that one about the captains. Yeah, it's just more of like, whenever you see a high-ranked Marine in like the West Blue and it doesn't say Marine HQ, yeah, they're not going to be treated like a captain or a commodore at Marine HQ. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, the 6 powers. Yeah, sacred powers. Weird translation, but I guess it works. Garp got to be number 1. Well, maybe in power he would be up there. I don't even think in power Garp would be number 1. Because he's older now, man. Yeah, I answered that one. Thank you for the 20. Do you have played or have planned to play the TCG? Well, this is going to be good news for you. Me and Briggs have been playing the One Piece TCG for like the last several months over on my Twitch channel. I don't say every Tuesday because sometimes we change it to Wednesday or we skip weeks sometimes depending on how busy we are. But it's usually around 2 p.m. on Tuesdays is when we play the One Piece TCG. He's currently in the lead, but I'm not too far behind him. How long you growing that beard out? Probably until, what was I going to say? The end of Elbaf, whenever that'll be. But I don't know what I'm going to do with it after. And then I can't scroll up on here for the zoom-in version, but there was also $50 from, what is it? It cuts off his username. When Life Doesn't. I'd have to click on the other thing here. Hold on a minute. Yeah. But yeah, thank you for the 50. And he talked about the Pathfinder system and everything like that. When life doesn't go right. Aw. Well, thank you. And I'm going to go check out some D&D stuff after this, actually. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you, Arthur. All right. So, wait a minute. And yeah, I didn't get any more. Okay, cool. All right. Well, I think that was a pretty good stream. I think we did all right there. Thanks to everybody who donated. Who's lazier, the Gods Knights or Squad Zero? I'm going to actually say the Gods Knight on that one, because the Gods Knights could have gotten involved when, the revolutionaries were attacking Reverie, and they didn't. And that's kind of come on now, right? Oh, Amanda, I missed your question. Hold on a second. When did you send that? Hold on, let me go back and look. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do a fan mail stream at some point. I have yours. I'm waiting for a little bit more, and then I'll do it after I gather it up. Probably gonna be. My birthday's on the 24th. I'm gonna be in Japan during that, so I'm probably not gonna be able to do it before, but after maybe. So maybe early May might be the next fan mail stream, and I'll probably get some more stuff by then. People usually send me stuff for my birthday. So probably around then. Thank you. All right. But, yeah, that was really fun. Thanks to everybody. Kind of a last-minute thing. I didn't really... I kind of woke up this morning not really knowing what to do. And then I was just kind of going through the options on the tier list maker of, what are some good... There was another tier list that had the Marines on it, but they didn't have every single one, so I had to go and, make this one. They didn't have Vice Admiral Draw, and, come on now, right? Yeah. But, yeah, no, this is pretty damn nice. I'm happy with this, and the Marines are where they need to be. I still love how we had to make Akainu give Akainu his own tier. Just that. That was a thing. I'm gonna go listen to that Phoenix Wright soundtrack now. That was pretty damn kicking. I gotta play those games. I've never played the Ace Attorney series, but my one friend Kennedy loves it, so I gotta check it out. All right, thanks for watching, everybody. This will be Teching signing out. You all have a good evening. Hope you have a good dinner or breakfast or lunch or brunch or dinner or whatever, midnight snack, whatever meal is the next meal you're going to eat, or a snack or whatever you're having. I hope you enjoy. Thanks to everybody. Teching, signing out.